I haven't put out the messages saying we're going live yet, but it just makes it a bit easier for all involved, really. So you're a bit worried about our food standards going down the pan as well, then?
Oh yeah. So we're looking at a bunch of meat substitutes, and some of them are like decent but not great for the environment, and.
Yeah.
So we're trying this new thing, which it's basically meant to be a chicken substitute, and you put it in like a sauce for 15 minutes, and then it takes in the sauce, and then it undries and blah blah blah. And we tried it the other day in like a pie kind of thing, and it was awful. Like genuinely, it was like chewing on cardboard, and like not even, and like cardboard that wouldn't go soft. So it was just like, I'm not eating that. Whereas today we've done something a bit different with it, and actually it's quite good. I wouldn't say it's got much taste, but then because you put it in sauces and things, it's like it gives you that bulk and feeling of meat. So it's worked quite well today. So that's a positive. But my dad was originally planning to put it in like a potato dish, and I was like, can we have it on the side just in case it goes wrong again?
One of the best things about meat is the feeling of meat.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going back to eating, so I'm not interrupting in the middle of the session.
Yeah, sure, go for it, mate. Righty ho. So yeah, you missed a couple of sessions. Balasar, how are you doing, Balasar? Just going to load up his character sheet. So he should be at 28 EXP, I believe. And I haven't done his two... Oh no, wait, I did. I gave him survival and swimming, just so you guys know. Because he wears heavy plate mail armor, so if he ever goes in the water, he's fairly screwed.
He's gonna have a bad time.
Well, he's got swimming too, and he's like, what is he? So he has, yeah. So he's got swimming 2 now, and he's got strength 6. So it's not that bad. Bearing in mind that like, if you're a human that's never bothered with it, you'll be at strength 4 with no swimming skill. So like,
yeah,
he's already got +4 on a regular human. So that's pretty good. So I'm just going to put up the going live now posts.
Cool.
So, David, are you there?
I'm here.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Good.
How are you?
Tired. My little one and I had a very busy day, and she likes climbing all over me and making me carry her around and pick her up and stuff. So,
how big is she?
She is 18 kilograms and about 95 centimeters. Yeah, she's nearly a meter tall. She's nowhere near as tall as your kid.
Oh well, he's a freak, so
He's not a freak. He's just gifted.
Massive child.
That's funny.
2-year-old child walks around. Everyone's like, "How old is he?" So he's 2. He's not 2. So
yeah.
Yeah.
My nephew's got that going on.
Yeah, definitely 2.
Yeah, that's good.
My nephew's like 5, and everybody thinks he's 8 because he's just a giant.
Yeah.
So Jesus Christ, kid, chill out.
David, have you done the estimation of how tall he'll be?
Yeah.
How tall is he going to be? Like 7 foot?
6'7".
Sorry?
6'7".
6'7".
Jeez.
They've done.
That ain't gonna happen.
Why isn't it going to happen?
6'7" is not gonna happen.
6'7". David's pretty tall.
He's not 6'7".
No, but his kid's like growing as if he's gonna be. Yeah. So
It's an exact science anyway, isn't
no,
it?
of course, yeah.
But he's a very, very tall little boy.
Share to group. How y'all been dealing with new Facebook?
I've already had it, so
Right.
Yeah,
it's normal to me.
I was
People
ready.
are all like, "What's this bullshit?" And I'm like, "Oh,
I
I've
kinda
been
got
dealing with it
forced
for a
upon me, and
while."
I'm like,
so-
What do you mean, new Facebook?
oh,
They changed,
well,
like, the
You just
layout
wait,
and
sweet
stuff.
child.
I don't use it on my computer if it's
Yeah,
on the
it's on your
computer.
computer.
Yeah, I don't use it on my computer. Facebook ain't touching my computer.
Well, you
They made it more like, kind of looks a little bit more like Twitter now, which is weird. But I like that I can do dark mode like with everything else. I just wish that I could do it on my phone now.
Oh, I have it on dark mode like permanently because
Yeah.
I like my eyes.
Yep. Yeah, if I don't feel like turning on my flashlight, I just open up Facebook and
I have legitimately opened up Facebook to be able to see better. Like if I'm, say like my wife's gone to bed and I'm just, going in the bedroom to get in bed after she's already asleep. I don't want to turn on the torch because it will wake her up. So I just put on Facebook. That will light up the whole room. Yeah, you don't need to listen to me.
yeah, good stuff.
You guys realize there's a brightness setting on your phone?
Yes, I am aware of that. And it's
It's like
brighter
you
when
can-
your phone is on a white screen.
Yeah, but you can also just turn the brightness down, and then it doesn't
No,
light up the whole room,
no.
and it saves battery.
Dude, I have mine on minimum brightness like 99% of my life.
Yeah, me too.
Good folks.
It's,
Good folks.
it's better on my eyes, and it doesn't like wake up people if I check my phone in the middle of the night.
I am incredibly light sensitive. Everything has to be as dim as possible for me.
Yeah, it gives me a headache.
That's why I love dark mode, man.
But the thing
It's
is,
a
like
lifesaver.
the times I come unstuck is if I go outside, say like I'm, picking my daughter up from nursery, and I go, oh, just
You're
check
like,
my
oh, I
phone.
can't see
Oh,
it.
I physically can't see my phone because I can't even find how the area to change the brightness. It's that glared out.
Yep.
Oh,
I
well.
usually leave mine around half, and to be honestly, the amount of people that used to come into the shop, and it would be like, my phone keeps dying in less than a day, and I'd go, cool. Well, let's check these things first. Followed by a, so all this should help, but tell you what, just put your brightness to half. What? Put your brightness to half. Oh well, that's still that's still plenty bright. I went, yeah. Come back and tell me how it's been in like 5 days. And they come back and it's like, it lasts 2.5 days now. I'm like, yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but I have to say they came back to tell you that the problem was solved. What kind of weirdos are these? Like legitimately, if I went into a phone shop with a problem with my phone, they told me a solution and then it worked, I would just never go in that building again because the problem is solved.
because Tom, I was a very good salesman.
They wanted to be your friend.
Yeah, they would come in and like ask me about the family, and then I'd sell them stuff. While they were talking
That's
to me,
funny.
it's not my proudest moment, but it is a good
I
skill set.
mean, we have to survive under a capitalist system, so you kind of have to do it right.
Yeah.
Until we reach the post-scarcity world of Star Trek,
Yes.
I think we'll eliminate ourselves from the from existence before we get to that point, though. At this rate,
humanity will have game ended itself way before then.
I mean, like I've very recently rewatched all of DS9, so the Bell riots were already like fresh in my mind, and then everything started popping up off in the States like it has been consistently for like 6 months now.
So you're like,
And
it's
holy
happening.
shit, like I'm like, guys, it's 4 years early.
DS9 is absolutely sensational.
Oh, it's so good. Everything
I love when
about
he
it.
goes to visit his dad, like,
Yeah.
and you
The
get
what? Homefront.
yeah, because you
The
just
two-part episode Set on Earth.
you don't often get to see just like general people just living their life.
Yeah.
That was all about the that episode. That pair of episodes was all about the surveillance state.
Yep. Which is even more like you guys living in the UK, like the panopticon that it is there, like the amount of CCTV is like
Yeah, if I leave
staggering
the
to
house
me.
on CCTV.
Yeah, I mean, I think growing up with this amount of CCTV is one of the reasons why, like, I hear people talking about like, oh, when I went to my brother-in-law's wedding in Pathos, in Cyprus. Yeah, in Cyprus. Um, the bloke at the car rental, right? So he's renting me a car. He goes, okay, so whatever the speed limit is, you can do 15 above it. So if it's 70 kilometers an hour, you can do 85. And I'm like, cool. I'll be driving 70, thanks.
Yeah.
Because I grew up under I grew up on a paranoid system of like you never know when you're being watched and you never know if you're going to get caught and I haven't got the money to pay fines. So
Yep.
Yeah, you're not Manchester United and England defender.
yeah. Like I legitimately, this is just me being my political self. I honestly believe that things like low crime fines, like parking fines and speeding fines, should be done on a proportional basis of your income,
Yeah, I
rather
agree.
than a fixed amount.
All taxation, all revenue raising stuff like that should be done on a proportional basis.
Yep. Because
Yeah.
there are rich people in London that just leave their car parked on the side of the road anyway.
They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, no, that's the Steve Jobs was so against registering his vehicles. He was like, I'm just not going to register it. I'm going to pay the fine, and I'm not going to care because I have more money than God.
Yeah, and if you tow his car, he goes, cool, okay, I'll buy a new one.
Yeah. Here's your, such a small amount of my money to, get rid of it.
Oh no, you've taken my. Oh, never mind.
Well, it's
I
like
guess I'll have to drive the Bugatti then. Oh no.
I just saw a thing, a little news piece about the TikTok house over in LA, which got fined.
Oh yeah.
It got fined $2,000 for having a party amid the lockdown, and they're like, "Cool, it's $2,000. We're millionaires. We do not give a crap."
Mm-hmm. Well, and on top of that, they're at least starting to smarten up, and they've been shutting down like power and water to places that are doing that shit.
Yeah, that's a better idea.
Yeah, but that comes under slightly dodgy ethical issues of denying people basic things that are covered by human rights, really.
Sure.
Yeah, it is a little bit Waco.
Yeah.
A little bit. But also
out
they're a bunch of rich assholes, so I don't care as much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, but I think there's easier ways.
Get woke or go broke.
Get woke and go broke. Get woke.
No. Or
then toke.
Back in a moment. Just managed to actually finish the food.
So. Yeah, no worries. Well, we're waiting for Colin at the minute anyway, so unless he's done as usual and he's actually sat here like just listening to us chat. No, he doesn't. He doesn't butt in. Like last week, I think we were sat here for like 10 minutes chatting. And then I went, well, when Colin eventually gets here, we'll get started. He's like, oh,
anyway,
I've been here. I've been here for half an hour. Yeah.
Is that your Colin voice, is it?
No, that's just my Englishman voice.
You have an Englishman voice.
Yeah.
Both of you have the same accent.
I do not have the same accent as Colin.
I'm sorry, you're both Essex.
No, you don't.
Well, my wife seems to think I have the same accent as
Yeah,
Colin.
he's just a little bit slower and deeper.
You think he's slower and deeper than I am?
Yeah.
Okay.
More upbeat.
Yeah, he's slower and deeper.
Apparently, I'm more upbeat and faster.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Right, I'm going to be somebody else for the rest of this this episode. Where would you like me to be from?
Be a Sardinian.
I don't know how to be a Sardinian.
Me
Italian.
neither. I just wanted to try. Yeah, it's
There's a lot of
apparently,
accents
according
I can
to an
do.
episode of Hannibal, they're the best ones to get kidnapped by.
All right. There's a lot of accents I can do. Sardinian is not one of them.
Well, fine.
Do vague East European.
Vague Eastern European is very easy. I could do this one for. Well, I used to do this one when I went out drinking in my 20s. I would pretend to be from Latvia because nobody knows anything about Latvia. So you can just make it up.
That's true.
And apparently, if you go up to girls and you say, "Oh, your hair is like gold," they find it very flattering.
That's funny.
I did this for an entire night out. One of the guys on my submarine came up to us and said, "You know, he's actually English. He's just taking the piss." And these girls, they look at me and they say, "Is that true?" And I said, "No. Why would he say that?" And they slapped him.
That's amazing.
And then I was even doing it to the bar staff, of course. And then the next time I went in that club, the barmaid, she says, "Ah, you're the guy from Kurik in Latvia." And I said, "No, not today."
That's amazing.
I used to do it a lot because I got bored.
Marcos Ramius.
I don't know who
From-
that is.
He was the captain from the Hunt for Red October, Captain Ramius, and he
Yeah.
was from Latvia.
Oh my god. I don't know how well this will come across over microphones, but I love Sean Connery.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Sean Connery in Hunt for Red October. I'm not sure how well this sounds, but it's very unique because when he was on set, the director would say to him, "Okay, Sean, you're a Russian submarine commander, so be Russian." And I said, "Yes, of course, I'll be Russian. I will just have a shit in my captain's chair. Full ahead, 2/3 the rudder."
Whatever monstrosity of an accent he was doing in a friggin' Highlander. Good God.
I'll tell you the accent I was doing in Highlander. I was doing my accent. When you hire Sean,
Yeah.
when you hire Sean Connery, you get Sean Connery.
Yup.
And I even said the immortal line, "Haggish, what is that?" And then when the man had the gall to tell me what a haggish was, I said, "Sounds revolting." They had to pay me extra to say that. Because I love haggish. With neeps and tatties.
Like the fact that it was Chris Lambert's first English speaking role ever, and he had better accent work
Yeah,
than
indeed.
Connery was hilarious.
But to be honest, I don't know why they hired the Scotsman to be the Spaniard anyway.
Get an actual Spaniard, maybe.
Yeah.
They could have just hired him to be the Scotsman.
What do you think of my Sean Connery then?
It was good.
Yeah, it's possible. What was I going to say? I was trying to explain what Ord was like to someone the other day, and Ord is like a cross between Scotland and Spain.
Yes.
Highlander.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they were
Yeah.
I get what you mean. That's brilliant. Okay.
Yeah, it basically is Scottish Spain.
Yeah. Just like the trolls are Scottish Native American.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. I always think of the Northkin as like Vikings and the normal trolls as like Scotsmen.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can get that. I mean, yeah.
They've
and
got
for
the whole
me,
stolen
Signar
land thing
is-
going on.
Signar is English American.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was a cross between England and America. Lael is
I heavily disagree on Signar. Genuinely, I do not think Signar is
Alan,
even
it's okay
vaguely
to be
English.
wrong. It's okay to be wrong.
I mean, they've got the whole like weird aristocracy thing going on.
Yes, but so does that could also be France, Spain.
Yeah.
It could be early America because you actually did have aristocrats over there before the revolution.
Well, here's the
Sure.
thing. Have you ever played War Machine Tactics? Because those trenches do not sound American.
That's true.
Those
Also,
trenches don't
those
really
Storm
sound
Smiths
of
don't
anything
sound
much.
American. Yeah, they do.
They don't sound much of any.
They do. They're like, blimey, crikey.
It's true. I actually was replaying it recently because, you know.
I'm thinking of playing it on stream just to be like an absolute sadist.
like Wargame.
Listen,
Though.
I like Jake's a lot. Jake's is sweet, and that game gives you more Jakes.
I got it for free with the. I say for free. It was in the Humble Bundle.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I backed that Kickstarter back in the day.
I did not.
I backed it too, and that's why it's like genuinely in the Kickstarter after the Kickstarter when people were play testing it after it came out, people were like, "Oh, this isn't the game we backed."
Nope.
Yeah, it is. It's
What?
totally the game you backed. They thought it was going to be like Dawn of War.
Well, I thought it was going to be more like War Machine. Like they literally could have just used like all the math and like actual rules and stuff of War Machine. Like I honestly would have been happy with just digital War Machine.
War Table.
But
and it
if you
wasn't
want to do
bad,
that, then play
fine.
Vassal or War Table.
I would prefer not to play Vassal ever because I dislike
use
Vassal.
War Table then.
Sure, and I can do that.
Very good.
Yeah.
War Table is very good.
I just really like the idea of like War Machine digitally with like fully rendered sweet stuff, right?
One of my favorite things is SFG killed Guild Ball, and then
Yeah.
War Table made a Guild Ball module.
Yep. And I'm like, sweet, I can play Guild Ball. I don't have to look for players anymore.
You know one of the worst things about playing
Guild Ball.
War,
You have
no,
to play
War
Guild
Machine
Ball.
Tactics now?
It's
is
so poorly optimized still.
no. I was going to say when you have to give Warjacks focus to make them run,
Oh
Yeah.
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 Oh yeah. This is the worst.
and it's because of the grid system, basically the same as we're using
I'll
on
be right
Roll
back.
20.
Sorry, I've got to go
Like
to
an
the-
ironclad takes up a massive amount of space
Yeah.
because it's basically like Roll 20 where they're taking up squares. Oh, that and listening to the huge bang loud noise anytime like sieges defenders fire or like
Yeah.
a gunmaid shoots and you hear this huge bang. Rip headphone users.
Yeah.
I am going to be triggering people today. I am painting a giant spider on stream.
Yeah.
And when I say giant spider, it's on 120 mil base.
Ooh.
It's always been an encounter that I've wanted to do for IKRPG.
Sweet.
So I got a model for it. I'm painting her up.
I've just noticed that my charging cable for my iPad might be about to rip in a very dangerous way.
Well, that's fun.
Sounds like you need duct tape.
Bold of you to assume it's not already duct taped.
That's
So
fair.
that means you need more duct tape. I like the engineer's flowchart of fixing things.
Yeah.
Which is basically like duct tape and WD-40.
Duct tape WD-40. Yeah.
Yep. Is it supposed to move? Yeah, so I'm going to be painting this one a little bit like a false Red Widow or Black Widow or something. I don't know.
That's cool.
Basically,
Yeah, I
it's
see
gonna
your
be
search for a reddish brown spider.
Oh, you're on the stream, yeah.
Yeah, I pulled up
Oh,
since
I'll
you were.
I'll just show you
painting.
it. So there you go. You should be able to see it a bit better now.
Yeah.
So is that what you do now while you wait for us? Is you just turn on the camera to paint?
No, I've
Just
I
during
got
the stream, too.
a couple of streams ago. I got a request because basically, when we finished the D&D two shot, as it were, um, I we finished it like an hour or two early, didn't we?
Yeah, it was pretty early because we didn't have much to finish.
Yeah, so we basically hung out and chatted for the next 2 hours, and I stayed on stream, but I changed it over to a painting stream, and a couple of the viewers said, "Why don't you put a painting cam on all the time?" So what I've got is it's just covering up the top, like top little corner, so it doesn't really go into the screen where combat happens. All it's really covering up is the toolbar in the top right hand corner, which people watching don't really give a shit about anyway.
That's sweet.
And I've got this black. It's an old Citadel black undercoat, and I never use it because for some reason there's something wrong with this paint. It paints gloss.
Uh-huh.
So I've used it occasionally for things that I want to be shiny. But I'm going to be using it exclusively for this spider today.
This big ass spider.
Because
that makes sense.
this type of spider, they look kind of wet anyway. Right, I'm going to quickly make a cup of tea while I'm waiting for him then. I'll be back in a second.
Well, I'm going to go grab my Coca-Cola from the fridge. I'll be return.
I have a tango.
My preferred soft drink is Dr. Pepper, but I don't actually have one at the moment.
Jesus Christ, man! How can you drink that? Seriously,
The best soda on the market. And,
Soda.
yeah, soda.
Be more English.
And I love it. Can't get enough of it. I drink loads of it when I get the option.
it literally makes me vomit. It's one of the reasons I can't stand. Which one is it? There's Curiosity Cola. It just tastes of Dr. Pepper to me, and that's rank.
Uh, I did another trade for some bits and bobs of troll stuff that I didn't have my original.
So, what have you got then?
Let's see. Let me find the list. Somewhere on my phone.
I need to catch up. I need to go back through that webcomic. I can't remember when I stopped reading it, though.
What one?
Zombie Roomy.
Sounds familiar. I have to check it out. Let's see. So I've got Borka 1, Grim 1, Grim 2, both Gristles.
You can stop there. You have the two best casters in Trolls already.
Fair.
What are the two best casters and trolls then, Al?
The Grims. They're just so good.
They are pretty sweet.
No, there are. I think Trolls have a lot of good casters. I think the issue they have is they don't necessarily have the stuff to back the caster up.
They absolutely do. The problem with trolls is everything is overcosted.
Yeah.
Right,
Well, that's kind of inherent with saying that they don't have the stuff to back it up is because everything's so costed.
I get what you mean, but
It's not. There isn't really much that is bad in Trolls. It's just you don't. Yeah.
The problem with trolls is not that the rules are bad or that the stuff is inherently underpowered. The problem is that it's too expensive.
It's also that people have spent a long time trying to stick to the old identity of Mark II trolls, which were really hard and can hit you back even harder. Whereas that's not been their thing since the start of Mark III. They got turned into a shooting faction at the start of Mark III, and no one caught up with that.
It's sort of like how with Legion, like how you had to just you couldn't play the old style of playing Legion really. Though I would also argue that you probably couldn't play whatever style they were trying to make you play, other than Primal Terrors. But it worked out because we got a sweet CID. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
It took a few years, but we're back, baby.
Like sluggers are dope. Sluggers are I actually reckon sluggers might be one of the best units in the game.
Really?
I think they're really, really good. They're 10 points for the ability to put out up to 15 shots.
Is that the random number of shots? Guns?
Yeah. The
Yeah.
random
But if
number
you
of shots.
aim, you get more, right?
No, it used to be that you get the random number if you aimed. Now it's just they've got the random number
They
all the
just
time.
always have like D3
Yeah,
or whatever.
and under Grim 2 or even Gunny, they're really good. Gunny, I think, is massively... Well, no, Gunny clearly isn't massively underestimated, because look how many tournaments... Was it Fraser who won a load of tournaments with Gunny?
I
There was like someone who was playing like a shitload of Winter Trolls for a while, and it was just like, this works really well, and then they stopped playing it. And no one else picked it up. It was weird.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you're slightly quieter, but I can still hear you.
Right, I'm just going to check my settings because I don't think that I'm coming into... Right, so I'm using...
I already had to turn you up at one point.
Right, 1 second.
He just lives at like 200% for me.
Oh, you got Ragnar. That's good. I like
I
him.
think that's all of it. Yeah, and Ragnar's getting some sweet buffs that we already know about. So I'm excited.
I hadn't heard of that. I know
Yeah,
one of our
he's-
locals was playing Ragnar with a shitload of bouncers, and it was weirdly
making
effective.
sure that my audio is working.
Yep, you're sounding good, man.
He's getting a Field Marshal Weight of Stone, I think it is.
Oh, that's
Uh-huh.
sick.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm
Also,
pretty
I really like Fire Eaters. I think they're
Don't
really,
think
really
it's
good.
coming through at all.
Fire
Yeah.
Eaters. Fire Eaters are actually one of the best units. Again, like I said, the issue
Trolls
is more
has
that
good units.
they have
It's
good
just-
units, but it's like the Battle Bears and the Fire Eaters are probably some of the best units in the game. But they're also free model units, which means you go, I spend 20, 34 points on these 12 models, and I kind of have to take a stone, because if I don't take a stone, all of my models are under armored, which is another 9 points.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
the stones. Yeah, the stones.
We
Problematic.
know the stone's going down in cost, so that's good.
which
Um,
it's good, but it's like one of my mates who's been playing Trolls since day one has basically turned around and said, honestly, I wish they just take the +2 armor aura off the stone and give it different auras, because it holds back the faction from doing all sorts of things.
It's
and
like a problem that Protectorate had for a long, long time.
Of Choir.
Yeah. But the way they solved that was they took the hit buff off Choir.
Yeah.
And that basically solved the problem.
Even though people got really upset about it.
People did get really upset about it. And I basically quit Protectorate at that point, but that wasn't necessarily why I quit Protectorate. I quit Protectorate for a number of reasons. But if you think of the Mark II Reckoner with a Choir buff.
The Mark II Reckoner was just too strong. It was, you didn't see any other jacks.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Colin.
Oh, hi. Oh, wow.
Right, sorry
Colin,
about that,
Well,
chaps.
I don't know if this is going
Had a
to
call
work.
I couldn't miss.
You're good.
Don't worry, dude. I'm sure people have been fascinated by our talk of politics and trolls and...
And the Surveillance State.
Yes.
What the hell is wrong with this thing?
And Deep Space Nine.
And Deep Space Nine. What are you trying to figure out, Tom?
My audio isn't coming through to the stream at all.
Oh, that's weird. Is it trying to pull it through your webcam, maybe?
I'm trying to get it to pull it through my webcam.
Oh. I don't know.
Yeah. Input. So audio input capture should be coming from the mic. That should be working. And then audio output capture is coming from the speakers. That should work. Right, I'm going to try taking it off the webcam and putting it going through the crappy webcam mic on the
Just the inbuilt.
laptop itself. Yeah, see if that does anything. Oh, I can hear myself. I'm just
Yep.
really quiet.
I can hear you now.
Right.
can hear
Do I
myself.
stay on if I put it on? Do I stay on? Is it still working now? Can I be heard?
I can hear you.
Yep, we're hearing it.
No, but I'm.
No, like through the stream, I can hear it. I opened up the stream.
It's still delayed, so. Actually,
I
that's
love how
better. That's better. Right. Okay.
I love how like the news is suddenly covered in like all that stuff of age 35 isn't a fertility cliff stuff.
I grabbed it.
That's like,
What?
oh, right, the thing where for like years and years and years they've been going on about women's fertility heart like drops into the dirt after 35.
Right.
Yeah, it's based on stuff from like 600-year-old stuff on French peasants.
Oh yeah, yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, and it's like suddenly the news seems to have decided that this week they're going to talk about it a lot. Well, not like mainstream news, but like lots of little outlets that I'm aware of have started to talk about it a lot, and I'm just kind of sat there going, why is this suddenly news now? I know there's been some stuff recently where they've actually done some proper studies for the modern world, but it was long enough ago that I would have expected it to have been reported already by now.
Yeah, the show Adam Ruins Everything did a whole piece on it.
Yeah,
I love
I know.
that show. Adam
know.
Conover's the best. I love that guy.
Yeah. It's, funnily enough, that's kind of the first time I saw it in the last few weeks and was like, oh, that's brilliant. And then in the week since it's come out, I've been like sitting there going, like every couple of days, like it'll just pop up in
Someone
like
else will say it, yeah.
and I'm just like, why is this suddenly a thing?
I think it might be because men have suddenly noticed it for the first time.
Oh,
Yeah.
those man.
Men, we don't know what we did.
We did something. It was
Is
probably bad.
Colin's still away?
No, he's here now.
Oh, he is.
Well, yeah. Well, he said
Hello,
he
I'm
was.
aware.
Right, can we
No.
do this then?
Yeah. If your speaking is now working on
I
stream.
believe so, yeah. Right, so, hello, gentle people. Welcome to the slightly later starting Grey Lanterns. This week we have with us Constantine.
Hello. Would you like a fuller introduction than that, or is that okay?
It is entirely up to you, I don't mind.
Okay, my name is Konstantin Krasimov. I am from Bolstoy in Kador, and I spent a long time studying at the monastery, and then I joined the military, and I got disillusioned with the military, and I became a mercenary, and that's where I am now.
Okay, then we have Adele.
So, Adele is our resident necromancer. Every party needs one. He's also a hopeless romantic, and currently he's quasi-dating an inquisitor who would probably kill him, and by probably I mean absolutely, if she learned the truth, and also a dead girl. So, yes, welcome
he's
to
in
the world of Adele.
Adele's in the weirdest polycule that you've ever heard of.
Yeah, I'm probably going to pitch it to some anime studio.
It's a harem anime, but one of the girls is dead.
I'm pretty
Actually,
sure
I think that already
exists.
happened. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Then we have Murta.
Murta returns after a few weeks of having been beat up enough by a druid to have been bothered by it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and then we have Justin.
Resident troll, former Signoran military. Now just hanging out, and I don't know, last week he was on his date or something. We're dealing with his handful of a family.
Yeah, they're moving back in. So basically, like, if you ever left, you're essentially spinning off into Justin and his family have all moved in together. How are they gonna cope?
My name is Justin Longreach, and I'm here to say.
Oh, are you doing the Cleveland show?
Yep.
It's essentially the same thing, yeah. His family's all moved from one city to another, and wacky shenanigans will ensue.
Yep. It's
When
fine. One
you
of my
like-
siblings. I'll play one of my siblings if Josta never dies. It'll be great.
I mean, like...
There's a pile of them, and some of them might be more interesting than me.
You do the traditional D&D thing of I leave all of my goods to my next character.
All of my worldly
no.
possessions now belong to.
It would be a much different character.
Yeah, but the lazy D&D
Yeah.
trope of the
Yeah,
player
no.
is my half elf leaves all of his belongings to his twin brother, who's also the same class.
Yep, in every single way.
I just put a 2 at the end of my sheet.
Yeah, super lazy. Especially
I'm not.
if...
I've never been quite that lazy, but I may have done something similar once.
So,
twice.
last session, the party the last thing you guys were doing was interestingly, Colin went on his Adele went on his evening meal with this Order of Illumination
Inquisitor.
well, not quite, but close enough.
Yeah, he is.
You have a bias, sir.
So do you.
Yeah, I know. So, yeah, went out for dinner, and being that if she knew what he really was, she would kill him, for some reason he decided to give her the location of a Theramite safe house that he found quite a few sessions ago. And she got very excited and said, "Let's go there now and investigate it." And they went and they killed a bunch of Theramites.
An
It was glorious.
appropriate number of Thermarites, sorry.
More than one.
Yeah.
So yeah, that happened, and we ended the session still there because we ran out of time. So you find yourselves still in the Theramite safe house. I will just find Joston and Murta and Dump in here. Obviously, you guys have only just turned up because you didn't know what was going on.
I don't remember inviting them.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm happy to totally stay back at the.
It must have been Constantine.
I'm only adding them in so that they can see the map.
Yeah, it's. I totally don't know what's going on, but it would be nice to be able to at least see
Yeah.
things.
Can you see currently?
I can now see things, ish. If my Roll20 decides it's going to stop playing stupid. Yes. Anyway, wow, this looks massive.
I'm so small. I'm a small boy.
And I should. Oh, sorry. Do apologise for the combat that you're not going into. I will make you not schmoll.
I've been downgraded to pig size.
Yeah, for reference, just because I want to show off, I created the dynamic lighting for this map in like 5 minutes while Colin was filibustering.
That's awesome. Good work.
He was just chatting with the Inquisitor.
The Grand
lady,
Galactic
Grapevine.
Inquisitor.
Who was asking all kinds of irritating questions, which I had to make up answers for on the fly, such as why Rat's Nest may have more than one entrance, and how we have to get additional people. And how did I know about that? Well, it came from my childhood and my studies in castle architecture, and I'm not doing this again. Go and look at last week's.
Yeah, he was playing a pretty dance, knowing that one false move could lead to his death if she figured out exactly who he was.
Wait a second.
Why, Yora? So, yes, so you are in the safe house. You have thoroughly killed everybody in it. And she's looking rather pleased with herself. She says to you, "Thank you very much for your assistance in defeating evil this day."
Adele executes a perfect Laerli's bow, almost as though he's going to kiss her hand, and says, "My dear lady, the pleasure was entirely mine. And any time you have need of our steel, please don't hesitate to ask."
Yep.
She takes your hand and says, "I appreciate your offer. We are fairly new to the city and have been trying to recruit additional faithful." She glances at Constantine and says, "I understand that your views and mine do not line up, but should you wish to assist us in the purging of what we both agree is evil, I would be glad to have your assistance again."
Just generally grunt in her direction. Oil my gun. Which is not a euphemism, but totally should be.
I was gonna say phrasing.
Yeah.
Well, as much as I would love to join you and your order, I'm afraid I have duties calling me back here. But should a position ever open up, please don't hesitate to let me know. And
Oh.
out of character, I'm totally sure the GM would allow a Theramite to infiltrate and join the Order of Illumination.
I mean, yeah, I would.
If we do it well enough.
Interesting.
Yeah, like, seriously, like Alan said, if you did it well enough, of course I fucking would. Like, you know me, dude. I'm the yes, you can GM.
Really? I thought you were the You Can Try GM, Rock's Fool.
I mean, like, okay.
Porque no los dos.
I mean,
Yes, you
when I
can.
said yes, you can, I didn't mean you'd succeed.
You can try.
Yeah, you. By the way, I had to put the Rock's Fall emoji into chat now because you said Rock's Fall. I mean, yeah, like, I don't mind. Like, if you go, I want to try and convince her that I'm not a Theramite, I'd let you. If you go, I want to convince her to actually find me attractive as a human being, I'll let you.
Why not both?
I
You know,
mean,
I think that the second has less chance than the first.
I don't know. I don't know, man. So, yeah, you are stood in the remains of a bunch of dead Theramites, essentially.
Spicy.
Adele wrinkles his nose and says, how would you like us to dispose of them? Are there any artifacts or personal effects that would be harmful, that would need destroying?
She says, "You don't need to worry about disposing of the bodies. I'll have my associate make arrangements with the city. As they have been summarily judged to have been cultists, they no questions will be raised." She says that you're welcome to take whatever small pittance these heretics may have had, but if you find any artifacts, please turn them over so that they can be destroyed or contained if they are not destructible.
Well, the only thing I wish to take from this place is you, my lady, back to your safe house, rather than allow you to wander the streets alone. After all, there may have been more outside watching, waiting to ambush us in the darkness.
She looks somewhat surprised and a little bit offended. I do not need protection. I am more than capable of holding my own against the ruffians of this city.
Adele leans in as if in confidence and says, "My lady, please, allow me this pitiful excuse to spend further time with you."
Um, she. Oh, and by the way, for Alan, who wasn't here when she was described, she's a very attractive woman.
We never got an answer who would play her in the film.
We'll go with Liv Tyler. That'll do.
I have no idea who Liv Tyler is.
Have you watched Lord of the Rings?
I have.
Eowyn.
Oh, and even Star.
Okay.
So, yeah. She looks a bit like her.
Okay.
So, anywho, she slightly blushes and says, "All the same, I don't need a chaperone."
How about a beginnings of a friendship then? I'm certain you can take care of yourself. If you were not, then you would certainly not hold the rank you have.
I mean, roll seduction.
Whoa, I'm so glad I took it. 1 second.
Oh dear.
I mean, this is not the first one of these, I think. Is this the first one in this campaign?
I think
Nope,
it may
I
be.
rolled it against the
Yes, you did.
the
Yes, you
troll
did.
lady.
There you go, out.
Yeah,
Well,
as
I
soon as you said
certainly
Arwen,
think
I was like,
it's,
oh right, got it.
I think it's Adele's first seduction roll. And I'm going to boost this because
This is so weird because, like, Idle, he did it on session 1 or 2.
Did he do 1 or 2 a session?
No. He wasn't like a D&D bard trope. He was more like just if he thought that it would be a way which he could gain an edge, he would.
Whereas his player specifically looked for things that would fail and put him into hot water and went for the worst possible situation every single time.
I mean, he went into a pub and asked me what the barmaid looked like, and I described somebody that looked like their face was like a bag of walnuts that had been stung by wasps repeatedly.
Okay.
You know, she had a moustache. She was a very large
I
woman.
rolled seduction.
And he tried to seduce her, but I made her roll a hidden roll, and she said, "Oh well, I finish work at 11. I'll meet you down by the quayside." And he went and met her, and five of his friends tried to Shanghai Colin's character onto a pirate ship.
We're playing a new campaign now.
Well, no, he killed them all.
Fair.
They were just like regular humans. He had magic, so.
Like you do.
Have you ever rolled that? Oh, you did roll. Sorry, I didn't know
Yes,
you
that's
rolled.
17. I was just waiting for you to finish regaling
Sorry,
the
I
audience.
didn't know you'd rolled. I was filibustering. So she is she's flattered, and she says, "Yes, I'd like to see you again sometime."
I can see Morrowans have no taste.
Is that an inside voice or an outside voice?
Yeah,
I
I need clarification there.
I think it's probably under my breath. So if you want to find out what I said,
I mean, it would be under your breath in Cadoran, no?
yeah, under my breath in Cadoran.
Right. And you don't know that she's if she speaks Cadoran.
Yeah, and if she does, then she can hear it because I don't like her.
I don't know why you don't like her.
Because she's a Morrowind, and Morrowinds take the easy way out when it comes to religion.
It's that classic sectarian divide.
Outbursts of sectarian violence.
Yeah.
Adele
Oh.
clears his throat and says, "Well, please feel free to call upon me anytime. If you would like to have another professional dinner where we actually eat the fish and drink the
Phrasing.
aperitif, then it would be my pleasure."
Yeah.
She says, "How about in 3 days' time?"
That sounds wonderful. Assuming we're not on any other business, and Adele looks very meaningfully at Constantine. As a mercenary company, we're always on the go, and we go where the winds may take us.
Yeah, we're about to do a 6-month tour of the Shard Isles.
Well, would you like to join us for that tour, milady? I'm sure your blade and blue flame would be of immense value.
Boat leaves 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Just go to the docks and ask for Pete. I'm not going to say which dock, but find a boat with a Pete on it and ask if you can go with them. I'm sure you'll be very popular.
Okay.
That's a little grim.
Adele looks very disapproving.
Constantine does not care.
She doesn't say anything. She says, "Right, well, I believe our business is concluded here. We will be securing this this premises and investigating it further. Like I said, feel free to have your pickings should you wish to. Otherwise, I will see you gentlemen when I see you, and you," she points her finger coyly at Adele, "I'll see you in 3 days."
It will be my pleasure. Only this time, would you like to call upon me?
Yes, that would be appropriate. I will go to your headquarters. She pulls the business card out of her pocket and says, "I will come to your offices at 6 p.m.
Right. We need to
I
move.
can hardly wait.
I hear there's work in Lyle. Maybe the office can move.
Oh, dear.
This is entertaining.
All right, so
Adele clucks his tongue.
right. Okay, you've clucked your tongue. What does clucking your tongue do?
Turns him
It
into a
just
chicken.
shows. It just shows how Adele is feeling about Constantine's utter lack of manners to one of the aristocracy.
You can't tell what he's saying.
No, but he can read general body language.
I mean, like, yeah. He disapproves. Like, Papa Constantine doesn't want you dating this woman, clearly. He might even have the talk when you get back to the base. You don't know.
The talk.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Because remember, your character is a lot younger than Constantine. So
A lot.
he probably wants to give you some...
Constantine's like 39. And didn't we...
Adele's like 20, maybe.
Yeah, 20.
Yep.
So yeah, you're nearly double his age.
I mean, I'm sure Adele is going to say, "Why can't I take her to the prom, Dad?"
But Daddy!
Anywho, so what are you guys doing, guys? You doing
What are
things? No, nothing.
Adele is going to wash his rapier sword cane thingy, the thing with blood on the pointy end,
Yep.
in the bath for the dead Theramites,
Yep. Okay.
and maybe any blood off his boots. I mean, he was in his nice clothes, so
Oh yeah, for people that weren't here, because Adele doesn't want to die, he spent the entire encounter just using a sword cane, which has got awful stats, and never casting
Oh
magic,
yeah,
because he didn't want to let her see that he was
tip her
using
off. Yeah.
magic.
Didn't he have a Behringer as well? Or am I inventing that in my head?
I don't know.
Did he have a hold-out pistol?
He wasn't. No, he was using a buckler and the
Ah.
sword cane. He was like a duelist. Fit with his ladies.
yeah. I mean, he has things hidden up his sleeve, but he's not going to show her that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You'll show her whatever she wants you to show you.
out of character, Adele is going to be very quiet and not say anything to Constantine, and he's not going to loot the dead. So it's Constantine's prerogative.
I don't want to lose head. Don't want anything to do with these people.
Balasar's not that bothered, so okay, you guys aren't looting dead. So where are you going now?
Constantine would like a drink.
Okay, so
Oddly enough, so does Adele.
Now, just for posterity's sake, Constantine has not drunk so far this campaign.
That's true.
he has not.
Which I feel like is weird for a Cadoran.
It's his backstory, bro.
Yeah.
So, which were you going to establishment or drinking at home?
Let's go to that pub. What is near where we live?
You mean our local?
The Quenched Whistle.
That's the one.
Okay, so you walk into the Quenched Whistle. One second, locations. Chess Island. The Quenched Whistle. So Darlise is tending the bar as usual, and it's a fairly busy evening because it's probably quite late into the evening at this point now. Because Adele had his date at like 8 p.m. and then you guys spent like an hour or so running around a Theramite safe house. So it's probably like 10 o'clock at night.
Safe. Constantine's going to walk up to the bar and first in Cadoran, and if that doesn't work, then in Nordic, ask for a bottle of vodka.
The Cadoran doesn't get a response, but she knows that you want some. Actually, no, vodka would be understandable. So she pulls out a bottle and puts a glass on the table. It's around the bar and starts to fill it.
I'm going to just put my hand up to stop her filling the glass.
Oh, and she kind of gets this and just hands over the bottle.
And how much?
1 silver.
1 silver. Okay, I'll have 2 then.
Okay.
Bottle, if she has them.
She does.
Brilliant. 2 bottles of vodka, and I'm going to find a table in the corner of the room and sit there with my bottles of vodka.
Okay.
And being a good little brother, Adele is going to go and sit next to him.
When Adele sits down, I'm just going to grunt and take another swig from my bottle of vodka.
Okay.
Do Adele and JP turn up at
That's
this
up to
point?
him.
Sure.
Yeah, we're just sat in the base, just kind of talking about JP's new lady friend, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, so you haven't gone to the pub?
I hadn't yet, so
Okay, cool.
it's if JP's headed over, I'd probably head over with him.
Fair enough.
Yeah, might as well.
So
All right.
I think a better question is, when is JP not headed over to the pub?
That's true.
Yeah, your character has headed there like most evenings. Drinking to forget the terrors of war.
I've seen some shit.
Seen men exploded and melted into mush by
Shit.
bile through
Shit.
them.
Yeah, I've seen that out of war.
Yeah, you saw that about a week ago.
yep.
It wasn't pretty, man. It wasn't pretty.
Game over, man. Game over.
So, it seems that Constantine is somewhat ignoring Adele at the table.
Well, not ignoring him, just drinking. Does Adele want to interrupt Constantine's drinking?
Adele inwardly directs a question to a certain other young lady and says, "So, what did you think of her? I think that she's incredibly dangerous and probably should die."
Just 1 second. Yep, sorry, my cat was licking the top off of a muffin.
Ah!
She's a little batch. What was the question? I wasn't paying attention.
He's asking Jade
Yep.
what Jade thinks of, I assume, Lady Greyvine, inverted commas, Greyvine, and then he said that he thinks that she's really dangerous and should be gotten rid of.
Yeah. 1 second. Noodle to the top off of a bit of that muffin. Just thought I'd let you know. Jade, inside your head, says she is the most dangerous thing to my and our existence that we have encountered.
More so than Gavin? Adele raises an internal eyebrow.
For us, yes. For the rest of your friends, no. The rest of your friends have little to fear from her, but your very soul is at risk.
And Adele says, with an upside-down smiley face, "When is it not?"
Indeed. But there's
Indubitably.
but there's taking risks, and then there's diving headfirst into a barrel full of risks.
You know, one has to know one's enemy, and the best way to do that is through reconnaissance. It was a risk, but it was a calculated one. And
But boy,
we
are you
need to
bad at
destroy
maths.
her. If we need to destroy her, we should lure her to a place of our choosing. You wouldn't happen to know of any such locations where we could get an ambush, and once I have her trust, finish her off?
I do actually. I know of a place that my master would use to ferry items in and out of Five Fingers.
Interesting. I was hoping we could keep our hands clean in all of this. It wouldn't happen to be full of mechanical tools, would it?
Last I saw of it, yes, but they are moved around constantly for his machinations and attacks that he does. In fact, it's quite likely that the ones that I saw that were there last you have already destroyed in your various encounters.
Fantastic. Well, put a pin in that location. Do you know where your master, former master, since you are now free, and we're in a partnership of equals, um, would happen to reside? Somewhere where they could destroy each other.
Sorry, what was that last bit?
Adele is asking if she knows where her former master is, so he can point Gravine in that direction. They can take each other out.
He's always on the move. I know of a few locations that he has used, but whether or not he will be at those is completely unknown to me.
Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. He said that he's going to destroy everything we hold dear. So if I ramp up the affection on this Lady Gravine and let it become known across the town, maybe send her flowers, put on the old Laerley's charm, maybe he'll attack her for us.
That is a possibility. Although you would be, to use the phrase, dancing with the devil.
Well, I have complete faith in you, dear Jade. And as a woman yourself, I'm sure you know intimately what women like. And with your guidance, I'm quite sure we will be able to kill two birds with the same stone.
I doubt I will be of any help to you in that regard. I spent my entire life in the service of my master and had no time for personal affairs.
Nonsense, nonsense. I'm sure you know how females think.
Only so much that I can use the information to destroy them.
Exactly, and that's all we need. Anyway, we should probably speak with dear Constantine here and see what he has to say.
He
I
looks
hope you're
troubled.
listening. Yes, he does. Isn't it glorious?
If you say so.
Adele reaches over with a gloved finger and prods Constantine in the forearm.
Constantine draws his hand cannon, puts it on the table, points at the vodka, and then goes back to drinking.
So, how is your Cadoran water, sir?
He's going to pull his repeating pistol, put that on the table, point to the vodka bottle, and continue drinking.
You know, I never played charades as a child. Maybe you could explain the game to me.
Drink, Egypt. Murta appears at the table after having watched from a distance.
I'm just watching from the corner, like, man, that looks really tense over there.
This seems to me to be unlikely father figure trying to do something that he feels very uncomfortable with, and therefore is struggling to find the words.
Constantine just wants to drink. He doesn't like it when people get in the way of his drinking. He doesn't drink very much. He likes to enjoy it.
You know, I was always taught to drink with food. But I guess it's different in Kador. I was also taught to drink with conversation and companion.
I ain't saying nothing.
I take it that's David saying that, not Constantine.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright, just double checking.
Adele sighs and stands up and says, well, enjoy your... And he sniffs. Water, sir.
It should be noted, by the way, Constantine, this is not particularly good vodka. Based on where you grew up, you would be relatively disappointed with the level of quality of this vodka compared to what you would have had at home.
Vodka is vodka.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay, out of character. Jesus Christ, no, it's not.
Thank you. I was thinking the very same thing.
That's funny.
I don't know because I don't drink, so.
Yeah, it's vodka is
Cheap vodka is awful.
cheap.
Listen,
Vodka is
sometimes you just need something that comes in a plastic bottle.
Yeah, cheap vodka is like drinking nail polish.
Well, I've never drunk that either.
Yeah,
What about lighter
it's-
fluid?
Oh god. Anyway,
With no lighter.
Murta is going to walk over and attempt to take a shot of vodka out of the bottles. Just like reach over and just pour one and just
Constantine's going to stare at him very, very pointedly and then nod.
I'll plop down at the table.
I raise the glass and then knock it back.
Adele watches this, believing that if he were to drink this toxic water, it would probably kill him.
Water's not going to kill you, mate.
Again, water is totally able to. Anyway, I'm just drinking along now.
You fellas look like you had a bit of a night about you.
I'm going to stare at Justin and then point at the bottle.
Well, someone's about to lose a very large glass full of vodka from their bottle.
Yeah. How much bigger is a troll blood-sized shot?
That is entirely dependent on you, but it would be considerable.
Yep. Justin's gonna have himself a decent pull from it.
A whole
I've
pint.
had worse on the front lines, but can't say much worse. It'll do the job, though.
It'll put hairs on your chest.
More than just hairs by the sounds of it.
Are you rolling a dice to decide your
Put
actions?
rabbits on your chest.
Alrighty. So as you're drinking, a familiar face appears through the doorway.
Is it too late to pee?
No. It's Jeb Asherstone, the mercenary bounty hunter slash bodyguard, close protection guy that Jostin and Birchwell met months ago. Well, nearly 20 odd days
He
ago.
drank with the group of us, to be fair.
Yeah,
at one point.
they met him at first.
Yeah. Just
Boy,
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Well, I do, because it's my job as GM.
Yep.
But yes, he's
usually
here.
weird jokes. You guys all wave him over, be like, "Oh, hey, buddy, long time no see."
Well, howdy there.
Sit. Do not talk.
Weird Cadoran customs. You'll get used to it.
He looks over the group of you at the table as if he's drawing conclusions and coming to a decision about what he thinks has or hasn't happened. He nods kind of understandingly at Constantine and takes a seat. He kind of inclines his head towards the vodka in a kind of questioning manner.
And then Constantine's going to gesture as if, drink.
He kind of nods, pours himself a glass, and knocks it back.
Good. Brilliant. Excellent. Everyone's drinking happily. Nothing else is going on.
Adele isn't drinking.
Adele's wandered off.
Yes, he has.
Jeb
is
probably
Adele?
thinks Adele died.
Where is Adele?
Adele is just standing up around the table,
Oh, so he's still in the
watching
box.
all of this. Yeah, he's looking for Balasar.
Balasar is not here.
Probably went home to his family,
He did.
like some kind of a weirdo.
Well, like all of you are here, so he's gone home.
Yep. So how was your evening, Adele?
Well, it was very, very interesting. Tell me, Justin, are you married?
Nope. It's not that I can remember.
Oh, that's right. How did your date with your lady friend go?
Oh, not too bad. Hopefully there will be a second one. We'll see.
You broke some bar stools, had a drink,
Smashed
cracked some heads.
No fights this time. Maybe next time. Got to make sure she
Oh.
can handle herself, right?
Yes, indeed. So, how does traditional courtship work where you come from?
Oh well. Never got up to much of it. I mean, I didn't grow up with the Creoles. I was growing up in Signar in an urban Creole, which is a little bit different from the traditional ways. But I don't know. I always just treated everything like the rest of the other, Signarans did.
Indeed. And how did that go?
Well, it all went great until, the constant wars against everything and freezing my ass off on the northern border and then sweating my ass off in the woods and then, you know.
Interesting. I was thinking of maybe finding a flower shop and perhaps commissioning a minstrel and serenading her with a song. I was thinking of
That,
penning a song.
Can I hear this?
I would imagine so.
Right, I'm going to pull the other pistol out of its holster and put it on the table. And point again, pointedly at the vodka.
I hope he doesn't shoot the vodka. That would be such a waste.
Wait, Myrta looks between Constantine and Adele, thinks for a second, then looks slightly disgusted and went, "What, you two are falling out over a fucking woman? Seriously, grow up, boys."
I don't know what you're talking about. I've been nothing but pleasant towards our dear captain.
Would you just shut up and drink?
No, I don't think so. Thank you for the offer.
Constantine stands up, puts all of the guns back in their holsters, takes one of the bottles of vodka, the one that Justin has not had his dealings with, and goes and finds another table.
Oh, don't be like that, Captain. Come on.
Myrta is just looking around and just going, "Jesus fucking... If you need to get your johns off, you can go down the docks."
I'm not quite sure I understand your meaning.
Myrta throws his hands up in the air and decides to go and drink at the bar by himself. Just like,
Do you know what he means, Justin? What is a...
I believe
John's
he's
off.
implying that you should purchase a prostitute's time.
Why would I want to do that?
Well, it's probably less work than trying to woo this highborn lady. Because it
My
depends on what
dear
your intentions
fellow.
are. Is the
My
idea
dear
just
fellow.
to, in and out and on your way, or is it more of a looking to settle down type situation?
Do you not understand the thrill of the chase? The courtship? There are rules.
Well, I don't know how they do things in Lale, but you know, some folks just are in it for the physical act. Others are, you know, actually in it for more than that. I don't know.
Word you'd never hear a troll say in a pub.
Yep. So I
Adele
guess it
looks
comes out.
quite
Are you
perplexed.
more in it for the chase or more in it for the metaphorical kill?
The resolution, so to speak.
Yep.
Why can they not be one and the same?
I mean, it just means you're in it for both. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's just one of them. The captain can be a little particular about the types of folks he likes sometimes. I'm not saying he's a bigot or anything, but there's a lot of bad blood between those of the old faith and those of the new.
Well, I don't see what that has
stay
to
out
do with anything. After all, I'm simply looking for a suitable companion from which to continue my bloodline from.
Well, perhaps he'd rather it be a companion of a different faith.
You mean one of the old faith?
Probably
Oh,
not.
I suppose I could ask the captain if he has any sisters.
I mean,
No, I didn't really think he liked me that much.
in
Maybe a
my
cousin.
experience,
I was going to
asking
say,
someone to date their sister doesn't go well. I tried it once. That was the first time I got stabbed, I think. Maybe the second. I can't remember.
Brilliant.
It didn't go well, is what I'm saying.
Oh, and was it the lady in question that stabbed you because you had the audacity not to ask her directly, or was it her family?
No, it was maybe her brother. I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Oh, you're quite sure it was her brother and not her, I don't know, intended?
I mean, it could have been a lover. I don't know. All I know is I got stabbed.
Well, it doesn't sound very pleasant, but at least you have a good scar and story to tell from it. You do have a good scar, do you not?
Well,
Troll, I doubt he has any scars.
we the Trollkin persuasion don't scar super easily. Takes a bit for takes a pretty mighty blow for that. We're natural healers, you see.
So it can't really have been much of a stabbing then, from what you're saying.
Well,
More like a slap on the wrist.
It hurt like a son of a bitch, I can tell you that. Just because you can heal from it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt.
Oh no, but I'm unfamiliar with your Trollkin customs. You know, it could be something as friendly as a handshake, or I don't know.
You know, that kind of reminds me of the time that I took a bunch of shot from a Winter Guard blunderbuss. Couldn't sit for a week.
Oh dear, a lot of your stories seem to revolve around your posterior. I mean, next you'll be telling me how the salt air on the sea, how did you say it? Whipped. No, you said sweated and froze. Yes. Flayed. Yes, flayed.
You know, I've never been flayed, but I also never got caught by the scorn, so there's still time, I guess. I'd prefer not. But in our line of work, who knows?
Indeed, indeed. Speaking of, my good sir, and Adele addresses the bounty hunter whose name his player has forgotten. What brings you here tonight?
well, I came here for a drink.
Oh, wonderful.
Just finished a job. Currently between contracts. Sometimes Darlise has got work for me. How about yourself?
Oh, you know, just got back from seeing a interesting lady with a disapproving Captain.
Well, if you want any advice from me,
By all means.
never mix business and pleasure. Always works out getting complicated. And
Yes,
complicated costs you coin.
I had heard that expression outside of Lale. It's rather strange. I never quite understood it. Why not have business and pleasure? Your pleasure on the side of business and your business on the side of pleasure.
Like I said, costs you coin.
Yes, well, so does. What was it you were saying? Where did that matter go? Something about John's off down the docks. I don't know.
Well, I believe he's trying to point you towards seamstresses.
Oh, how strange. That's not what Jostin here said. So which is it? Prostitutes or seamstresses?
They're the same thing. I was being discreet.
Oh, I see. So all those times, I should have been asking for a lady tailor?
No,
No wonder I got strange looks. What? I, I can't.
I mean, in certain fancier establishments, you can ask for extra cushion.
You know, I'm not even sure I want to know what that means.
That means bring me a lady.
Oh,
Well, that's what you'd say if you were in the Leighton Galleon. It's a high-class establishment, but they still will provide you.
I see. Well, that is good to know. Thank you for the knowledge.
Oh, you're welcome. While you guys are giving me drinks, I'm happy to talk.
Well, you can thank the captain for the drinks.
Oh, I
But I
would.
don't think he wants to be spoken to right now.
That's what I was going to say. I would, but I don't think he wants me talking to him. But this isn't a particularly, well, I get the impression this is to do with faith.
Things I usually keep my nose out of.
Well,
Well, it may not necessarily be faith. It may simply be that she's, what did she say she was from?
Order the Illuminated, I think you said?
No. Her homeland. I don't think it was Ord. Maybe it was Signar. I don't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, he's Cadoran and she's not.
you're already fixing for this woman to be the love of your life, and you don't even know where she's from?
Oh, she mentioned it. I just had quite a busy evening.
Oh,
Well-
to be young again.
Well, I can give you a bit of advice. When you fix it on making something a bit more permanent, pay attention to the small details.
Well, that's why I
That's
write
why-
these things down.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go speak to Darlise, and then I'm gonna head out. Thanks for the drinks, boys.
And of course, if we can ever work together, it would be an absolute pleasure. But,
Unless you boys' fortunes have improved, you still can't afford me.
and Adele
Right.
turns to Jostin and says, "Is he offering a cushion?"
How do you mean by a cushion?
I don't understand you folk. A seamstress with an extra cushion.
I don't believe so.
Adele, you are a strange kid.
I'm just trying to learn the ways of Ord. I feel like a fish out of water.
Yeah. You could say that again. Anyway, evening, gents.
We have a good one.
Evening.
So back to the Grey Lanterns and their antisocial.
Drinking night.
What be you doing, guys?
Well, do you want to just proceed to the next day, or is there something somebody wanted to do tonight?
I can't really control that.
Yep, I'm literally it's like literally the second Murta worked out this was all over a woman, he was just like, oh, for fuck's sake, and walked off. So that he's probably just going to drink a bit and then go home and sleep.
Okay.
I just need to figure out some good folksy wisdom that Jostin can start throwing out there, because that sounds entertaining.
Adele is going to take out his sketch pad and charcoal drawings and begin to sketch the Lady Greyvine. As one of his French girls. No, not really.
Given your artistic nature, you managed to sketch up a nice charcoal portrait of her. You managed to capture her stunning smile quite expertly.
And how about the bloodlust in her eyes?
That depends on whether that was something that you found attractive.
I mean, it's Adele, so
Yes, then.
I like how I no longer have to justify this character. You guys do it for me.
Well, he's quite well characterized, so.
So Adele is going to ask Darlene at the bar if she knows of any flowers, and he's going to list the names of flowers in Laelese without really knowing their counterparts in order.
She says you should probably go to the market in the morning.
And he thanks her, and then he places a silver down on the bar and asks for a bottle of vodka.
She hands it to you.
And Adele carries the bottle over to Constantine. He sets it down on Constantine's table, and then he turns to leave.
No, you sit.
Oh, I know this next
Adele.
part. The next part is and drink.
Adele looks startled, like a deer in headlights or a rabbit in headlights, and he very meekly sits.
You bring a bottle of vodka to the table. You have a responsibility to drink it.
All of
I
it.
don't know how to drink Cadoran firewater.
You look over, and Justin's just like this, and just pouring it down his throat.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen? I'll be naked by the end of the night. It's fine.
Go to the bar again, and I'll put a gold coin down and say, "Is there any better vodka?"
She looks at you and looks at the gold coin and says, "Yes, here," and goes underneath the counter and comes up with a bottle of vodka with a label that you recognise.
Cadoran Standard.
Yes.
Excellent.
She says it's fairly tricky to come by here in Five Fingers, but I do have this bottle.
Brilliant. Thank you. 4 glasses, please.
She says for a gold you can have the bottle.
No, 4 glasses. The
Oh.
bottle, 4 glasses.
Yeah, so she gives you 4 glasses.
Excellent. Right, I'm going to go sit down and I'll fill up 4 glasses and I'll give 2 to Justin and 1 to Adele, and I'll take 1 myself because I assume Murtar's buggered off at this point because he wrongly assumed that this is about a woman.
He's he took the information he had in front of him and went, and assumed he can do that. This is things that characters do.
Yeah, I mean-
I'm sorry. I may have missed some things there because my Discord was just throwing me in and out every
That's
couple
all
of
right. Don't
seconds.
worry, that was nothing
Not
too bad.
huge. Nothing huge happened, dude.
Yeah, it's basically gone home after having had some vodka and a little bit of beer afterwards, and is poking the wolf in the in the back. That sounds worse than I meant it to. He's training the wolf
Yep.
a bit.
This was about to become a very different kind of RPG session.
No, just no.
Fortunately, Adele has no idea what you're talking about. Unfortunately, I do.
Right, so I'm going to encourage everyone to drink and sing Cadoran drinking songs and toast as many things as I can think of, including but not limited to the company, each of the members of the company.
The deeds that they've done.
Yeah,
The songs that they've sung.
yeah. That's the general idea. And I'm going to finish all of the vodka, and although collectively we're going to finish all of the vodka, and then when all of the vodka is finished, we are going to go home.
Okay.
So who am I having to carry? That's the question.
I want.
Adele is going to take a very hesitant sniff and a very small sip, as if it's a fine kind of sherry rather than tequila shots.
Oh no. If only it were tequila shots, then Justin would truly end up naked.
Right, I'm going to need fizz rolls from all of you, except Murta because he's gone home and didn't drink as much.
What type of roll, sorry?
Fizz.
I crit.
Well, Adele is going to make sure that he has maybe for every 5 shots Constantine takes, he's going to have 1.
So I'm guessing Constantine's drinking a lot.
Yeah, he's Cadoran.
Yep, cool. Alrighty, so Jostin's fairly unfazed, and Adele and Constantine are drunk. Even with Adele drinking less, I'm giving Constantine a bonus for being older and Cadoran, and I'm giving Adele a negative for being young and naive about drinking. So, you're both drunk.
Excellent. Let's go home.
So there was this one guy that we just ran through. Do you remember him? I think he was a Kip Street blade, and we wrecked them good. We need to finish those bastards off. They're the worst. You remember when the ship got pushed? Yeah. Good times,
Put a
Captain.
guy in too.
Justin is amused.
Yeah. Well, you'd be tipsy, but not drunk.
Sure. I'm still amused.
Yeah, I don't like this Cadoran water. It's doing strange things to my head. I haven't eaten since, I don't know, when I last ate. I don't like this. Why is the room spinning? Why is everything spinning?
You hear a voice in your head that says, "You're a fucking embarrassment."
God, is that you?
It's me, Margaret.
And in his head, Adele tries to focus and blink. And do I need to make a roll for this?
Yeah, make a willpower roll.
Wonderful.
Okay, so you momentarily lose control of your right arm and you take the remaining bottle of vodka, the cheaper stuff, from Constantine and start drinking it.
Surely, if I've just lost control of my arm, I haven't lost control of my mouth.
No. You haven't lost control of your mouth, but your arm is pouring. Well, you're drunk, remember, so you're not exactly in control at all. So yeah, she's giving you some more vodka to drink.
So I'm going to start spluttering and coughing.
Yep.
Because it hits the back of my throat, and this stuff burns. This is paint thinner.
Yep.
This is the worst.
Agreed.
I'm going to throw up, and once again, I'm going to aim for Constantine's boots. Although this time I'm drunk, so this is kind of involuntary.
Well, if you're deliberately trying to aim for his boots, I'm going to need a heavily modified agility roll.
Oh, poise.
Yeah, poise will do.
All right, that's
It is a
agility and
projectile
poise.
Yeah,
I'm expecting to get this all over my feet.
Yeah, so we're going to go with a poise roll. You got an 8. Yep, so you just vomit down yourself. You utterly failed to hit Constantine, and it wasn't even a good enough attempt that it was obvious that you were trying to hit anything.
Sure do hope we have a hose back at the spray him down.
Constantine finds
Adele,
this incredibly funny.
Adele says in Laelise, "Deja vu."
Constantine says in Cadoran, deja vu.
He's messing with you, man.
And Justin says,
Probably nothing.
He's just laughing. He's having a good time.
Watching the normies.
Adele says to Jade, "You need to keep an eye out for both of us. I don't feel well. I'm never drinking that water ever again. I need a way to stand up to that man. Why do I let him do this to me? Where's the cheese and the wine?"
She says, "Do you want me to handle things tonight?"
Can I trust you?
With the rest of your life.
Which will probably be a few moments.
Just remember, if you die, I die.
Yes. Well. Very well. Against my better judgment. Just remember our rules. No Johns down the docks or anything like that. I like my body. Take good care of it.
So
she needs to be looked after.
She assumes control of your body, and you stop drunkenly staggering as much, and you start walking a bit straighter. Because she's not drunk.
Well, this is nice. We should do this more often. You know, I think I'm falling in love with you.
She silences you.
Silence peon.
She takes. She goes back to the base with the rest of you guys, and she heads straight for the kitchen.
And Adele forgot to create a safe word for Adele.
Guess he's a hungry drunk.
She starts cooking.
Have you ever seen Adele cook before?
None of you have seen Adele cook before.
Yep, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
Didn't know he was a cook. Well, aren't the Lalies supposed to be real good cooks?
So it will be completely against your expectations then he with she inside emerges with what looks like really awful food. Is Murta about in the kind of base atrium, or has he gone to bed?
He would have gone to bed.
Right,
Just like he so thoroughly disgusted was he.
Yep. So you would have recognised what she cooked.
Ah, interesting.
Alas, you were asleep.
Yep. You would have recognised it as shard food.
Solid.
A shard method of cooking fish that outsiders wouldn't really have done.
No, sleeping because disgust.
Yep, fair enough. Well, I suppose when you grew up with survival as your most important thing, romance would be fairly
Yeah,
pointless.
It's like it's a complete waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. Additionally, it was kind of whoever's stronger just says this is happening and it happens. Not a great place to live, Shard Isles. Yeah.
Yep.
Not a great place to live, the Shard Isles. Bit of an understatement.
Yeah, pretty much. So anyway, so she's cooked up, and you see Adele chomping into this fish in a very unrefined manner, and seems to really, really be enjoying it, relishing eating, as if eating for.
I'm
So
gonna
inwardly,
chalk it up to the booze.
As I imagine you would.
Adele says, "Sweetheart, sweetheart, sweetheart, you should have said something. I would have allowed you to do this days ago."
She silences
And by
you.
allowed, I mean
She says, "You gave me control. I'm eating."
and assuming that Adele can still think, he says, "Bon appetit."
Yep. So after that, she takes your sorry ass to bed, and you sleep off the rest of the night.
Brilliant.
So, anyone else doing anything this evening, or are we just fading to morning?
Probably
Yeah,
fade in the
that's
morning.
fine.
So when you wake up, you are in control. Colin.
And Adele says, "And what would you like for breakfast, dearest Jade?"
She does not reply.
She dead, man.
Adele.
You killed her.
Adele raises an eyebrow, and then he feels his mouth being completely dry and frantically begins to search for water.
You find a glass by the side of the bed with a note next to it that says "Morning."
Adele, does he recognize the writing?
It looks like yours, but not quite.
Adele kisses the note, and then he uses the water to rinse his mouth out and spits it back into the glass.
You find that it was actually vodka.
Classic.
And yes, I have done that prank on
Ah, it's a good thing he spat it out.
people. It's a fun prank. It's really bad prank when you do it to yourself.
Listen, man, sometimes you just need that hair of the dog that bit you.
Yeah, man. Hair of the dog is a hell of a thing. It's morning. Hangovers are a thing. Constantine and Adele will have them.
Constantine welcomes a hangover like a long lost lover.
Adele staggers down the stairs, whimpering and calling for Mograt.
Mograt comes up to you, says, "What did you want, boss?" In very loud voice.
Eggs. I need eggs. Eggs. Scrambled eggs. Beaten eggs. Poached eggs. No, not poached eggs. Scrambled.
Okay, I'll cook you some eggs. And he slaps you on the back. And
No, I'll cook them. Just give me the eggs in the pan. I can't wait that long. And butter. Eggs and butter. And cheese. Do we have any cheese, Mograt? We have to have cheese somewhere around
when
here.
you ask him for butter, he asks you what is his purpose.
Just cook the eggs in. I don't feel well, Mograt. Don't do this to me right now. I just need butter for the eggs and cheese.
He says,
Petrel.
oh my god. So yes, you have had breakfast now.
Hate self, kill self with cheese.
Yep, pretty much.
2 references to 2 programs I enjoy.
To be fair, you had to have a very high IQ to get the reference I made.
That's true.
Constantine would like coffee, and then he's going to go for a walk, and then he's going to come back and have another shot of vodka, if there's any left in his bottle.
There is.
Brilliant. And then Constantine would be uncharacteristically cheerful.
Adele is going to be curled up in the corner, literally curled up, with his boots kicked off nearby him, and his nice new clothes ruined, and he's just going to be whimpering and sobbing and holding his head, wondering why fate is so cruel.
That's funny.
Again, you hear a voice in your head say, "You're pathetic." That stuff was nothing compared to Crixian ales.
Oh, I can't imagine what unholy, very apt word for it, booze they have on Crix.
Fermented people.
Yeah. People juice, my favorite. Oh, blood wine. It's just blood wine. Got it.
I mean, like, it's likely.
Yep. That's definitely what the statistics drink. Like,
yeah,
there was a group that would drink blood wine made with real blood.
I mean, they are very much like, yeah, they're that type of people. So anyway, what's your plans for this morning?
What are our plans?
Oh, actually, before we get to that, it's 10 o'clock.
What would be fun, gentlemen? What should we do for fun?
Let's kill the Kip Street Blades.
That sounds good. Let's do that. That sounds
Could be fun.
fun.
I mean, 1 second. So it's going to be break time first.
Break time!
Okay. During the break, Constantine will sing a lot in Cadoran and offer hearty handshakes, bear hugs, and pats on the back to anyone and everyone within range of him. And nearly dies when he receives a pat on the back in return from Justin.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's coming. Justin's a back batter. He loves giving people a good pat on the back.
Balasar's more of a snoot booper.
Oh, Constantine will be all over that this morning.
Boop. He's currently not there. So anyone watching, we usually I rough it as a 15-minute break. Often it's less than that, and pretty much nearly always there's at least somebody hanging out, chatting to entertain each other and
Yep.
people and stuff. I will be back in a minute, guys. See you soon.
I'm gonna go grab something from the living room. I shall return.
Mm-hmm.
So, Alan, David, you still around?
Yeah, I'm around. I'm a bit dopey tonight because, yeah, just dopey in general at the moment.
It
But better,
happens.
but better than I was
I'm-
before.
I'm having a lot of fun portraying Adele as a complete lightweight when it comes to spirits.
Eh.
Although I imagine he can probably hold his port and brandy.
Remember you left Leo when you were quite young, so it does depend on when the Laileys start drinking, really.
Well, if they are anything like their counterparts, the French, probably early.
Doot doot doot. Had to go see which Doom Shaper I traded for last night to make sure I didn't have 3 Doom Shaper 1s.
Doom Shaper 1's best Doom Shaper, fight me.
He's pretty cool, but I don't need 3 of him. 2 is enough.
Put 3 of him on the same basis, Doom Shaper 3, but
Heyo. He is a pretty sweet model, I will say that. I like his stick. Like, for one of those old models that's kind of a little bit weird, I like it. Man,
Yeah.
trolls really are just some of the like most characterful models. Like,
yeah. There's a few models in the range that I really wish they'd update, like the Sons of Bragg. Just because they look really, really old compared to the rest of the troll range. But in general, the troll range has a lot of character.
Yeah.
It's also got a lot of the models that are funny.
Yeah.
Because you have like the Barrel Rider and the Snowman.
Yes, the Snowman. I need to get that unit. The pig lookouts.
Yeah, they're adorable.
I don't know what they do, but I like it.
They're mark target.
That's cool.
Yeah, like I said, trolls have been a shooting faction since the start of Mark III, and people just leave that door open.
Yeah.
And people just haven't adapted
Haven't
to
been playing
them being. Yeah, they're just like, nope, we want to play them like they were in Mark II, and you kind of can.
Yeah,
but
Just not very good.
yeah,
there's I don't know
the
what's name.
The Madrak one champions list is still pretty strong. It
Yeah,
got dropped. I remember it was doing really well, and then people counted it, and people went, "Oh, so we're just not going to play trolls competitively for a while."
Yeah.
Why?
Wow,
It was
hello
still
there.
really good. It still was stomping on people.
What are we complaining about?
The fact that when Madrak 1 started to get countered even slightly, you saw troll players just stop playing competitively.
I have no
And it was
sympathy for people that can't experiment.
Yeah.
just like.
Yeah.
In all fairness, my locals were experimenting with trolls a lot and just were not doing
for
well.
my faction, I very much saw like most of the named Signar players just quit when Haley 2 and Stormlancers got changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
They
when
just
Haley 3
outright
got toned
fucking-
down, they just
outright quit because they didn't want to learn how to play other models. And I'm like,
Whereas when Haley 2 got nerfed was when I went, I'm going to start trying her out. I did kind of bitch a little bit about the Stormlancers, but I think they probably did need nerfing, to be fair. But now they could probably go back to how they were and still be fine.
no, I think they're fine as they are. I mean, honestly, they're still better than the other Cav. So,
No, I heavily disagree. I have now played a lot of the other Cav, and Stormlancers now feel very middle of the pack.
Yeah, but I mean, like, just not having the lance rule is like.
That's a pretty big deal.
Like,
It
that's
is
a
a pretty
huge
big deal.
deal, I feel like.
Yeah, it's really good, but I still Vengers I really rate, but I accept that they're probably still middle of the pack. In fact, to be honest, most of the good Cav are light Cav.
Nayslayers.
Nayslayers are
They're all Nayslayers.
They are the best, Cav.
Yep.
yeah.
And they're the most adorable Cav. I love them. I just
After they
love
got-
it's a hobby
after the-
horse with an actual horse's head on it.
I was painting the Four Horsemen's last night.
Nice. I think they're very good in Brawl Machine. I don't think I'd play them in a normal game.
I think somebody has them in Line of Sight's
Yeah.
thing, because I was listening to their podcast and they were like,
Yep.
that guy's got the Four Horsemen's in his list. That's dope.
Yeah. I need to bust out my Grimkin again sometime.
Brawl Machine is where everything's FA1, right?
Yep.
Yeah, everything's FA1, 25 points,
No huge bases, ban list.
no huge bases, ban list. Yeah.
And the ban list is pretty good so far.
Yeah.
I was listening to Mr. Malorian's podcast, Should Have Boosted, and his
Mhm.
co-host really don't fucking like it, and I could sense why. It's because Infernals, they're not allowed. They're just banned.
You can play, you just can't play Infernal Masters. You
Yeah,
can
so
play, because
What's
it would be
fucking-
too good.
Just play Fiora 4 then, because she's brilliant.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they can do
um,
that. She's like solid.
I really like her. Really, really
I-
like her.
Yeah.
I think we're all back
need
now.
to. Yeah, I do need to confirm what that. Just before we begin again, I do need to confirm what that ban list is, because no huge bases in FA1. I am not sure at this point whether you can actually make an Immortals list. But I
It
would
is
need to check the ban
It is
list.
definitely no huge bases. That is, I am 100% sure of that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that.
It is.
No, actually, no. 25 points. Yeah, no, that works because
Yeah,
it's
25
basically
points.
yeah, it's basically a unit of Immortals and Ancestral Guardian. Yeah, no, you can do it.
You can bring a car.
Yeah, that's kind of like the main reason I was like, I need to check that ban list.
It's not got any Scorn on it, I don't think. It's got like
I don't think
Butcher 3s on it. Every
Yeah.
caster with TKs on it. Krios 1s on it.
There are
and
just
then,
certain
like,
casters that add a
Gatsby
low.
Four.
Lokiana,
Hmm.
yeah. I couldn't remember if he was watch listed or actually
No.
on it.
Gatsby 4's on it. Like,
I know Gatsby 4 is on it. I was talking about Krios.
I think he's
Gatsby
on
4
it.
is definitely on it.
Yeah.
Krios one.
The weird
stupid
ones,
at low
things like
point games.
McBain. McBain's banned.
Yeah.
Oh no, McBain! No, totally in a low point game, McBain's feat is stupid good. Like, I mean, stupid.
I want to play him at 75 points with a
Is-
blockader and some Menite Archons.
Is Vlad 2 on that ban list? Because he should
I think
be.
he was on the watch list.
Because his feat is going to be silly at low points levels.
Yeah. Yeah, I know he's definitely on the... I'm pretty sure he's on the watch list.
But then, I mean, you can't really play him in Wolves of Winter if it's FA1.
I mean, you
Yeah,
could.
but he's at F when you're forced into FA1. Suddenly, the Iron Fang list might not be so bad.
Because you've got a big
Yeah.
10-man unit.
Yeah, and you can also still take multiple units of Iron Fangs because they're different kinds of Iron Fangs.
I have
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
no, I have heard that one of the lists that is in their big event that they're watching is the Vlad 2 with Demo Core.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. That would be where I would go.
Because
I would
apparently they
play-
will just delete the world.
Yeah, that
They're pretty rough.
would be what I would do
Anyway,
as well. I would play Vlad 2.
Have we got Colin?
We had Colin a while ago, and then I kind of went just before we start again. So
Okay.
sorry, Colin.
No, it's all good. We're still technically on our break, so got another 6 minutes.
start playing War Machine so you understand what we're saying.
Yeah, I could, but no.
This guy.
I know. Look at
Everyone
him.
needs a hobby, man.
At least he gave it a try.
I
That's
have
true.
a hobby, and that's RPing with you guys on my Saturday.
Fair.
Yeah,
And he-
I mean, like,
and-
how many wife points would you need to have more hobby time?
Do what I did and
It's
run a campaign
not the
for your
wife.
wife.
Yeah, how's
See,
that?
Baby.
I lucked out, and my wife is like, "Oh, you were gone and at the store. I didn't notice. I was playing video games."
Yeah. If I didn't have the kid,
Yeah.
then that would be well. That's how it used to be. Like I'd be like, I'm going out gaming a couple of nights a week, and she's like, okay.
Yeah.
You see, all of you are like, we love our
Having
children.
a kid
They make our
definitely
life
changes that.
miserable, but we love our children.
Mine doesn't make my life
She
miserable.
very
It
much
just
makes
uses
my
up a
life
lot of
worth
time.
living, but the downside is
You can't live the life.
time intensive.
Yep.
Yeah, I was joking,
I
but
understand,
it is always just like I love. It's like all my mates who sit there and go, "You should totally have a kid," and I'm like, "No," and they're like, "Why?" And I go, "I'm going to repeat back to you our last 4 conversations about your kids."
Right. So I am just going to at this point highlight for everybody watching that this stream is sponsored by tea. Tea,
Tea.
the refreshing beverage that everybody should drink.
I did enjoy looking at your top down of your tea earlier.
I'll put it back on. There we go. I'll put it right next to my paint water.
Oh, I'm sure that will end swimmingly.
Oh mate, I never drink it because my mug is fucking huge, and my paint water is a little plastic thing.
There you go.
And professional painters will be horrified by how dirty that paint water is at this time of night.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. I'm using a bathroom tile as a palette. I'm using toilet
I
rollers.
almost drank my paint water earlier.
Oh dear, I've never done it.
I did. I came close.
I've dropped. I've washed my brush in my tea before.
Yeah.
But only just.
No,
I put it in the tea and then went, oh shit, and took it straight back out. There was some paint in my tea, but I still drank it.
The worst though, it's not getting paint in it; it's getting wash. Because good God, whatever's in Thraka Green tastes like it was made out of real orc.
Oh my God, the smell of Devlin mud.
Yeah.
It tastes like it was made of oil.
Yep. Yeah. It's like it was made from real orc.
It's one of my favourite quotes of the day.
So everybody is back.
Yeah, we're all back.
Yep.
Glad to have you. What are you nutcases doing?
What was
apparently it sounds like we're going to kill the Kip Street Blades.
Okay, FYI, 2 of you are hungover.
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
Very happy.
Very happy, but, you know, -1 to all your rolls.
Okay.
Adele is not happy. Adele is dreaming up ways to impress Jade and saying that had he had the childhood that she had, then maybe he'd be able to stomach that.
We've had enough Jade this episode. She is not listening to you anymore.
Awful stuff. That's fine. Adele is just ranting at this point in a complete monologue.
You are -2 to all your rolls.
Yeah.
Because you're not used to being hungover like Constantine is.
No, because Adele drinks like a civilized person.
In
his mind.
Okay.
In his mind.
So
I think Constantine's in a good enough mood that wouldn't bother him at the moment.
He didn't say it out loud anyway. So any road out. What are you doing?
I make sure in the morning to brew some like very strong Trollkin style coffee to hand to the hungover. Hopefully it helps a little.
The type of coffee that would get somebody knurred.
Like you cook it and you don't stop cooking it until a horseshoe stands up straight in it.
Yep, that'll definitely get you knurred.
Necromancer's coffee.
Oh, I saw the meme. I've seen it before, but it's the beautiful meme where it's like D&D party at the beginning of a campaign. One character's backstory is like, I am going on this quest to defeat the bad guy to avenge my dead brother. And then it's like the elf, you have my bow. The dwarf, you have my axe. The necromancer, and
You
your
have
brother.
Yep, that's a good one.
It made me think of Adele, but he's not doing that.
My backup character in my current D&D, well, one of my free backup characters is a necromancer half elf.
Yeah. By the way, just for the record, I really, really want when like it gets to the shit hitting the fan, I want this. I know it's not going to happen, but this is what I hope. Adele dumps like 3 level ups in a row into being able to create thralls to create an army right at the end.
Just mid combat. Oh, by the way, guys, I can do this.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, maybe in another party at another time.
So what
Hey
do you
man, if
guys?
it's the end game, might as well. So Kip Street Blades.
And
what
then
do we
and then
know?
Constantine can kill you.
Not this morning. Constantine's not going to kill people. Well, he is going to kill people. Well, he's not going to kill friends this morning.
Although Murder walks out, sees people are hungover, and just kind of goes, "Ugh." He does not get it. Why are you wasting your time with this shit?
I will hand you one of the ridiculously strong coffees.
I take a sip of it, spit it out, and go, Jesus Christ, man, I haven't got a hangover.
What? It's how we always used to make it at home.
Adele is going to tentatively sip at it and probably burn the roof of his mouth on the scalding coffee.
Yep.
Constantine is going to drink it, like consider it for a minute, then drink more of it, and ask if there's any more.
Hand him the pot.
I hand him my mug.
Adele is visibly
also
shaking at this
smiling.
point.
And this is putting people off, I imagine, because he doesn't smile very much.
So you're being a bit of a creepy crunch.
You know, Captain, maybe you should drink more often. You're in a much better mood than usual.
It is the lifeblood of us all. And then he starts humming and drinking coffee and
He's just humming the Cadoran national anthem.
humming the Cadoran national anthem, drinking coffee, and making slightly off-color jokes that only JP can hear. That only Justin can hear.
Justin's just having a real good time.
So
and then he starts doing impressions.
Justin's new thing is going to just be like slipping booze into whatever you're drinking.
who are you doing impressions of?
Like anyone.
Okay.
Like, they're not even particularly good impressions. They're just, "Ooh, I'm I don't know.
I'm Mograt. I'm an idiot."
Yeah. Ooh, I'm the Struck brothers. I own a ferry. Ooh, important.
Saily sail sail. So at this point, Balasar walks through the door.
Ooh, I'm Balasar. I look big and angry. Hello, Balasar. How are you?
Big and angry.
Try this coffee. It's great.
He sniffs it, looks towards Justin,
I give him a smile.
and he just drinks it. He's like,
My name's Jeb Asherston, and I've got lots of experience.
that hits a spot. He looks at you lot and says, "So what the hell happened to you lot?"
Well, that's a hilarious story that involves a lot of vodka.
Oh boy.
Adele is rocking back and forth on his hunches, his eyes bloodshot, still shaking, cradling the coffee more inhaling the scent of it than actually drinking it.
Constantine sees this and imitates you.
Balasar walks up to you. With one hand, he holds your shoulder, and then he makes his right hand into index finger and the finger next to it, and just slaps you with two fingers across the face.
Adele blinks.
And it snaps you kind of to a bit more of a coherent state.
Well, that's neat.
Here's magic, wake you up fingers.
Yep. Slap the drunk out of you.
Adele goes in search of a bucket of water with which to drown himself in and not kill any bath attendants.
The water trough's outside in the yard.
That's the one.
Yep. So you can dunk your head in that quite easily.
Yes, Adele practices timekeeping beneath the water.
Do you have your eyes open or shut?
Shut.
Okay. Make a detection roll. Also, how long is your head under the water?
That is a very good question.
It would have been longer if someone hadn't stopped Constantine from holding it there.
Are you actually doing that?
Well, I'm going to kind of... What's the silent movie secret walk over to the bucket, and in the hope that someone will stop me before I actually do it.
Oh right. Well, because he's probably only got it under there for a few seconds. You feel something move past your face, and when you open your eyes, you see that Mograt's bathing in the water trough.
Adele closes his eyes and dunks his head back in under the water.
Oh, also he's naked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's having a bath.
Well, he might be a never nude. You don't know.
He's just wearing tiny little shorts.
Yes. He might be a never nude. You don't know.
That's true, I don't.
Adele holds his head down under the water for as long as he can.
Okay. Fizz roll, please. You manage to hold your head underwater until you pass out.
That sounds good.
That's not great. Do I notice his limp body if I stick my head outside?
You haven't said you've gone outside, so you're still inside.
I'll stick my head outside to see what's going on. Notice a naked Mograt, which is probably just normal by now.
He's scrubbing himself with a rag on a stick.
Okay, well.
Wash myself with a rag on a stick.
And I notice a limp Adele in the trough.
You do.
I'll pull him out so he doesn't drown.
Okay.
Unless you're trying to get a new character.
Have you ever been so blindingly hungover that you think
Yes.
death might be a...
Oh yeah, no, this session's been giving me flashbacks.
Man, I have been that hungover too. Oh god.
I have a night that all I remember is at one point grabbing a bottle of like plastic bottle, really low end gin, and just starting to chug it. And boy, have I never been so hungover in my life.
Yeah, I think my longest was a 3-day hangover. And
oh dear.
Yeah, I was Royal Navy for like 7 years, and I used.
That's true.
Back then, I used to drink.
Yeah.
Oh, never again. Anywho,
what else were you gonna do?
So, Adele coughs and splutters as Jostin pulls him from the trough.
You all right there, bud? Or you got a death wish?
I think I'd rather Oh, this is the worst. Why? I've never felt like this before. I feel like everything is spinning and I want to throw up, and
Oh,
what is
it'll
wrong with
pass.
me?
Well, that's called a hangover. It's the little joke that the gods play on all of us for having a real good time.
Why would the captain do this to me? I didn't even want to drink his Cadoran water. I didn't have much. What is it doing to me?
Oh, you'll be fine. You're young. You'll bounce back much more easy. Just have this. Drink more coffee. Maybe we should get you something real nice and greasy to eat.
I tried eggs laden in butter. It didn't help.
What's the name of Londo's aid in B5?
I'm trying to think of it,
I don't know what
but
you
I
mean.
can't. On Babylon 5,
Oh,
the
right.
character.
There's an episode where this guy gets drunk for the first time, and someone's like, the day after, someone turns to him and goes, "Is this your first hangover?" He's like, "Yes, I think I'm dying." He's like, "You're not dying. You've just been born."
Fair enough. Alrighty, so what are you guys doing?
Adele is going to attempt to crawl up the stairs back to bed and cover his head with a pillow.
Okay. Well, while Adele's dying, I go to the captain and like, so what's on the agenda today?
Shoe shopping.
Shoe shopping.
I'm just gonna drink more coffee.
So normally I watch like bat reps or something like that while I paint. Do you know what I watched last night while I painted?
What's that?
Nope.
White
Don't know.
Chicks.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yes,
Classic.
I just love Terry Crews in that. He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Anywho, so yeah, shopping. Are you going shopping?
Does anyone want to buy anything?
I can't think of anything.
Hangover cures, if such things exist.
They do not.
No,
Okay.
the alchemists still haven't figured that one out.
It's not profitable.
Well, I hear it's what Lucas was actually working on, but instead he took all these super drugs.
So he was using the
Yeah,
blood
just-
of he was using the blood of warcasters to create a hangover cure.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was
seems legit.
Checks out, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, yeah, yes, I'm definitely trying to have warcaster powers. No, definitely not just."
Oh, by the way,
No
if you
way.
ever are in a conversation on Discord with Hungerford, try and drop the hint that he should do a Lucas Warcaster drug gobber for Riot Quest.
Yes, yes.
That sounds brilliant.
Because I've been trying to mention it any time just to try and subtly put the idea in. Because it gets us another gobber in Riot Quest. Because I want a full team of one of every class, and B, I think it'd be really fucking cool to have a minions caster that's minions, but it controls warjacks and is a gobber. So yeah, so minions theme list. Well, a minions character, essentially, a warcaster that can control warjacks. Well, how
This
cool
sounds
would
like
that be?
this sounds like we're just backdooring mercs into getting more releases.
No, it wouldn't be a mercenary.
Just a minion.
Just a minion warcaster that can control warjacks instead of warjacks.
In hope, that's how it would come out. But in practice, I
Yeah,
feel like
it would be a
they're gonna give
mercenary as
mercs
well.
more
Yeah.
stuff. They're just gonna keep piling new stuff on mercs until it's so unwieldy that they have to split mercs into two factions.
I mean, I do think that like with a big wave of releases, Rulik could be its own,
Yeah,
and
that'd be
with a
cool.
big wave of releases, like a giant monstrosity and some gun lights, Cephalix could be its own.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Like give them
Anyway.
a Garg and a couple of gun lights.
Yeah. So what's the plan, Captain? Who are we going after today?
Well, if we don't need anything from the shops, why don't we pay that pub that we were unfortunate enough to see maybe start to burn down a little bit a visit?
Sounds like a plan to me.
All right. So who's going?
I'm going.
Well,
I'm going.
for the first time in this campaign, Adele is actually going to pray to his patron and inquire if bleeding people of their life energies would be enough to cure a hangover.
Is that
But
you
no, he's
subtly
staying in
asking the
bed.
GM?
Oh. Now that would be a terrifying patron deity. No,
Kind of
he's
am.
just he's just kind of praying and being, yeah. So he's going to stay in bed unless Constantine tells him to come along.
You do what you want. If you stay in bed, Constantine will spend the whole day taking the piss out of you.
Well, I mean, if you're
This
going
is
off to
Adele's
fight a war,
first hangover.
how much of a day are you planning on having? JP, you still got the stream up?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
I've just got it so only the painting bits on.
Oh, I'm just gonna increase the size of it.
Sweet.
So I just want to. What do you think of this?
Ah, I like it.
Um,
That's really cool. Yeah, that looks really good. I like that a lot. So when you said it was a spider on a 120 mil base, my first thought was somebody bought an Arachnarok.
oh no! It's from a company called Heresy
Like a
Miniatures.
bone.
So it's a resin
Okay.
body with metal legs.
Ah, that's cool.
Okay, cool.
It's a thing we would never get in War Machine because of Matt Wilson's weird dislike for the idea of giant insects in the Iron Kingdoms.
Even though in the Monsternomicon there's giant insects.
Yep. I never said that it was logically consistent.
Yep.
I said it was something Matt Wilson thought.
Yep. Him and Souls, eh? Him and Souls.
Yep.
Anywho, so people want to go back to the pub, eh?
Yeah, back to the scene of our greatest victory. But
Yes, our greatest victory. That time that Adele tried to get us all executed.
Just one of many.
or otherwise defeated the upholstery of the pub.
Hey man, that couch had it coming.
Where is Bertha during all of this?
Where is Murtaugh? What's our good friend Murtaugh up to?
I don't know.
Did we
I
lose
honestly don't know
Alan?
what he's up to.
But no, I've just been waiting for people to kind of be done. I'll be honest.
Okay.
Cool. Let's should we take the warjack? Do we not take the warjack? What do you think?
I mean,
How subtly
we handle them pretty handily without the warjack. So
Okay,
I mean,
let's not take the warjack then. Let's leave it back at base.
Are you sure? Constantine seems to be in a really happy mood. Maybe he should bring the more the merrier. Take everything we have. including Francois.
Including
Mograts.
Francois.
And Francois and Modgrat.
Do you know what Mograt's mat is?
Is it 2?
1.
No, it's 2.
7.
David was right.
I want him to randomly be like the most killy of killy. He's randomly Mat 9, Rat 9.
Mat 9, Pal 12, Weapon Master.
He's just got Voil's stats from that one no quarter.
Oh my god. No, that's him at the end of the campaign. When you realise he's the big bad evil guy.
But
Yep.
I've said it now, so we'll stick to it. Let's just leave the Warjack at home, and
Well, I was only evil laughing to worry you.
Nothing could worry him this morning.
He's so happy. Okay,
Like
so
I said, gotta get the boss drunk more often.
so you head off towards what's it called? The Wake Islands, that's what it's called. So you head off towards the Wake Islands. Is Adele coming, or is he staying at the base?
Adele is staying in bed since nobody has actually invited him.
Well, I'll
along. He
go
has
up
no
and
idea that
be like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?
We're heading out, little guy.
You wanna come murder some Kip Street Blades? I know you love murdering the Kip Street Blades."
Adele cracks one bloodshot eye open. And
Might help
simply
your hangover.
sighs.
You never know.
Murder hobos. Murder hobos.
No, we have a
Adele.
home.
Adele
Everyone
simply
gets to be
nods and shakily grabs hold of Justin's arm and stumbles down the steps. Dried vomit still on his shoes and trousers.
Perhaps you should change your clothes. Unless you're going for some type of weird intimidation factor.
It's just going to be more blood, isn't there?
I mean, probably.
We're going to kill the women and children.
Doubtful? I mean, maybe women if they've got knives and are trying to kill us.
Well, if the children have guns and are trying to shoot us.
Well, I don't know. It's a bridge we'll cross when we get to it.
Okay. Well, you can never trust them.
I mean, how good of a shot can a child be? Come on. Tiny
Have you seen any
hands.
pigeons? Have you seen any pigeons around here?
Oh, I'm sure they mostly use slingshots for that.
Yeah. They could kill us with slingshots. Oh, whatever, let's go. Also, don't I still have a bounty on my head? We never resolved that. Is this such a good idea?
Everything's a good idea this morning.
I'm
Okay,
sure it'll work out.
Let's go bathe in their blood and hail
Okay.
men off.
So players, we are adding Balasar, we are adding Constantine, we are adding Murta, we are adding Justin.
Justin Lingrich.
He has a new sponsor where he sells
Juice.
Juice boxes.
Yeah, but it's special, like
Probiotics or something.
yeah.
Or what's the nootropics? I'm like an Alex Jones except Trollkin.
This has got silver, and you drink the silver, and it'll put Jesus' blood in your veins. And
Folks.
right,
It's a conspiracy.
1 second, I have to give you sight, don't I? Because
They're all infernals. Secret infernals.
Oh my god! And they're putting stuff in the water that makes the bog trogs gay.
Makes the bog trogs gay. The trogs. They're turning the trogs gay. Folks.
We need to see some birth certificates, I'm afraid.
I don't think Julius is really Vinder's
Julius is not real. It's not real.
Julius
He's a
isn't-
Cadoran plant.
Yeah, Julius isn't Vinder's real son. Oh my god. Probably lost some viewers here.
It's fine.
I think
We're
we
just
lost
making-
about 20 minutes ago.
We're just
Yeah.
making fun of things.
I know.
It's fine.
Dynamic lighting.
Do you really want people who watch InfoWars unironically to...
Yeah, man, they're the best viewers. Because they'll believe any crazy
'Cause they're
shit.
fanatics?
Yeah, they believe any crazy shit I come up with.
Yep. Fair. That's fair. From a marketing standpoint, I cannot argue.
Yeah. Like,
Folks.
not being funny, guys, but if you subscribe to my channel, it really, really, like, hurts the leftists, like, to subscribe to
That's
my
true.
channel.
That's true.
And if you're
Every
a
time you
leftist, it
subscribe.
really hurts the rightists to subscribe to my channel.
And if you're not into politics, it hurts politics.
Yeah. Yeah, politics itself will become weakened. Anywho, so you guys make your way through Five Fingers and to a familiar looking pub. This dockyard scene is very reminiscent of the first time you were here. Various people milling about, doing their daily lives, people loading and unloading that boat, people moving goods in and out of the warehouse to your left, and people walking in and out of the pub to your right.
Leroy Jenkins!
Well, as we go check it out.
So you're going in the pub?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Who's going in
Then we'll
first?
go into the pub.
Constantine's
I'll go
going in
first.
first. So the pub is...
Adele. Sorry, you go first, Tom.
Just moving you in so you don't have to worry about it. Because I know Justin's got a big butt, so getting through the door is hard.
That's true.
So as you enter the pub, the music stops. Somebody was playing on the piano a little ding 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 ding.
Someone, Tyrannosaurus Rex, was playing on a player piano.
And he's like, ducks.
I've only
behind-
got little arms.
Yeah, they look up at you, and then the bloke starts playing the piano again.
I shrug. I look to everyone and shrug and, find a seat.
Adele is going to be positioned between Justin and Balazar with his hooded cloak drawn as high up over him as he can manage without, obscuring his sight.
Okay. You do that.
Constantine is going to go to the bar and ask about vodka.
The man at the bar says, "Yeah, I got vodka."
What types of vodka do you have?
The see-through kind.
The see-through kind. Yeah, but how much? Like, have you got good vodka, or have you just got like Nordic vodka?
Oh, it's good vodka.
Okay.
That's motive check.
What type of vodka?
It's
This guy.
the kind you drink.
Okay, give me a bottle. Whatever. How much?
2 silver.
2 silver. Brilliant. Put 2 silver. 4 glasses, please.
Okay. He hands you 4 glasses and a bottle of vodka. You, at this point, notice that there's more than 4 of you.
Oh, right. Another 2 glasses then. No, there are 4 glasses. I want 8 glasses.
Glasses. Okay.
He just hands you some glasses.
Okay, and then I'm going to pour out 1 for me, 1 for Adele, 1 for Murtar, 2 for Justin, 2 for Balasar, and who else is with it?
I
That's
think
it.
that's it.
Is that everyone?
I think that's everyone.
I think that's
Okay.
everyone.
And then another 1 for me, and another 1 for Adele, and another 1 for Murtar, and then and everyone's getting 2 glasses. There you go.
Okay. The math works out, maybe.
Okay. So, are you drinking these drinks?
I know I am.
Okay.
Adele is going to roll detection to see if it smells as bad as the vodka from yesterday, or if it's triple distilled with a grass stalk in.
I somehow doubt it's that first one. Second one.
So
Whichever one.
he got an 8. So the very smell of the alcohol in front of you makes you feel like you want to throw up.
I see
Adele-
it and I look for the closest like spittoon and hand it to him just in case.
Adele pushes one glass towards Balazar and the other towards Justin.
I mean, I shrug and drink.
Balasar does likewise. And he's like,
Sorry, I missed that last bit. What was that?
Adele's given his drinks to Balasar and Justin, and they both drunk them.
Okay. How is it, Balasar?
Cheap.
Justin?
I've had worse.
Do you
Not
want
much
another one?
worse. I mean, free booze.
Okay. Both of the trolls, I'm going to pour out another glass for them. And then I'm going to drink mine.
Nice. Thanks, boss.
This is why I like the captain. He's very generous with his booze.
Very generous in general.
Indeed.
I mean,
How does it taste, Tom? Like compared to yesterday's?
about the same. Not as good as the one that you bought for a gold,
Okay.
but you know, it's not the worst thing you've ever had. It's certainly similar to what you would have had been able to scrounge up while in the military.
Okay, that's fine then. Good.
The equivalent of your vodka ration.
Yeah, basically. So like it's not awful vodka. It's not good vodka.
It's the sort of stuff I would have had in the Thorn Ward.
Yeah, but basically the way I'd equate it is it's like a house vodka in the UK. So it's like it's fine.
It's Tesco own brand.
No, that's worse than house vodka. No, it legitimately is. House vodka is like Smirnoff.
Right, okay.
Like, if you just ask for a house vodka, you're basically getting, like, a generic-y brand. You're not getting, like, something good.
Cadoran standard.
Yeah. Sorry. It's basically what you got.
Brill. Okay. And is anything going on whilst we are loudly drinking this vodka?
Detection roll, please. And I'm giving you a negative because you're hungover and you're drinking.
I'm also going to be keeping my eyes out for people that look like Kip Street Blades. So,
what do Kip Street Blades look like?
I mean, presumably they have some type of, like, I don't know, gang color that they wear. I don't know.
Gang insignia. Gang signs.
Well, why not?
Because the world is not that easy.
Well, it should be, damn it.
Don't they have a belt buckle?
No, one guy had a belt buckle. You made a big deal about it.
that kind of checks
How's
out.
them apples, Tom?
So you think that you get the feeling that people are watching you.
Well, I
Okay.
always feel like somebody's watching me.
It's because they are. We're on Twitch now, live.
Whoa!
And then I'm gonna I'm not gonna drink anymore.
Yep.
But I still want to be loud and abrasive and like
Kadoran.
stereotypically Cadoran.
Yep. Okay.
And I might start singing. Just want to make people feel like I'm not watching myself, even though I am.
Yep. Sure. I get your intent.
Okay. So I'm guessing that's deception.
Yeah. I mean, if it was D&D, it would be performance, I believe.
Performance.
Is
That
that-
would be a brilliant skill to have.
Is that a thing, JP? Did I get that right?
In D&D, there is a performance skill in D&D.
No, but I mean,
yeah.
like, would you make him roll performance for
I
pretending
would
to be
do either
drunk?
I would do deception or performance. Either one I would be open to.
Yeah, we'll use deception. 14. Yep. So you are quite a convincing, drunk, obnoxious Cadoran. Presumably telling stories about how Cador's much better than Ord and...
How if
Look
I
at
was
your
in charge
women,
of
compare
five
them to
fingers,
nice
things wouldn't
Cadoran women. This is nothing.
One day when Cador come down here and eventually destroy Ord, take over, all of you will be made to work a lot harder.
And those who
Lord,
don't like it, right to
what
the work
against
camps.
you?
In Soviet Cador,
Yes.
bar fight you.
Okay, Yakov. Oh, Yakov Smirnov. The pride of Branson, Missouri.
I don't know what that means.
Yakov Smirnov is the comedian that all that, in Soviet Russia, blah, 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 blah. And he has a residency in Branson, Missouri.
Oh, right.
Of all places.
Of all places, yes. Well, it's because the yokels of Missouri, easily entertained, I guess. I don't know.
Fair enough. A couple of people are starting to look a bit pissed off.
Well, boss, I think your whatever your plan here is might be working if it's to make everybody angry at you.
Why? Are you angry with me?
I'm not, but it looks like the local yokels are.
I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. I don't think we're in. I don't think we're in the Eastern Midlands anymore, Justin.
Well, we're certainly not in Lael anymore, Adele murmurs under his breath.
I wouldn't know. I've never been. Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna be ready for when one of these chuggaheads tries to hit us.
Okay, I'm gonna. Whilst I'm being loud and obnoxious, I'm gonna have one hand on the head cannon, just in case. But I'm gonna continue to be obnoxious.
And I take it you're doing this in a kind of deceptive way to hide the fact that you're readying yourself.
That is the idea. Do you want deception?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Oh, that wasn't great.
No, this map had a fog on it because it was back when I was using the fog of war. Remember back in those days?
Yeah, I remember.
And the simple
Average
long-
Farms remembers.
And the simple long ago when Paul little fog of war was the way we resolved our conflicts. Well, now I've gone embiggened the building.
Oh boy.
I've embiggened the building to the point where you've teleported outside of it.
Ooh.
Oh, I just realised something awful.
What's that?
Well, it means that all of the dynamic lighting restrictions are
Gone?
well, no, they're still there. They're in the middle of the street.
Oh, fair.
So I'm just deleting
That
them.
makes, yeah, that would do it.
So we have no dynamic lighting on this map now. Okay.
That's.
But what you do have is a much bigger building.
Where we can actually move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where a trollkin doesn't take up the entire room.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you've got to remember, when I first made this map, it was the first map I ever did.
Yeah. No.
And
It makes sense.
I didn't really scale it well, I don't think. Everything was too small. Anywho, so Constantine, because of your decent role, you notice somebody is trying to hide the fact that they're looking at you while he's talking to his friend or accomplice, person next to him, and you can see that they're talking.
What do they look like?
Rough looking, sailory looking blokes. You know, unshaven.
Gosh, rough looking scenery.
Yep, poor condition clothing, scars. About mid-30s.
Mid-30s, eh?
Yep.
Well, that's no good. I'm gonna turn to kind of pay more attention to them, but I'm still trying to. It's a cat and mouse game. They're not trying to make it look like I can see them, and I'm trying to make it look like they can't see me.
And you're still being obnoxious.
Yeah, still being loud and obnoxious,
I
Kadora.
will continue to roll for their patience. Okay, their patience is given out. One of them pushes back his chair as he stands up. The chair falls over behind him, and he says, I've had just about enough of you mouthing off, coming in here, slagging off our country. If you don't like it, you can fuck off back to Kador.
Oh, why would I want to do that when there's so much fun to be had here?
Well, if you don't like it here enough that you're moaning about it, you shouldn't be here. You should go back where you came from.
So you agree with the principle of immigration, then?
What? Don't try and use your fancy talk here, posh boy.
I'm sorry, I'm not in the habit of taking orders from people like you.
Well, I think you should get out.
Really? You and whose army?
We don't have an army.
Oh, I know. It baffles me how you have managed to stay independent for so long.
Oh, for reference, Ord does have a pretty decent army.
Yeah. But I'm still going to use the opportunity to insult it.
He said, right, that's it. You, outside, now.
Why on earth would I want to go outside with you? You're not me.
You and me are going to have words about this. And he cracks his knuckles.
I think we can have words in here. No need to go outside.
The barman looks at you and says, take it outside. I'll not have broken furniture.
But if we're only having words, there's no need to have them outside.
The barman, who is obviously, he's in his 50s, it looks like, and he looks very weathered. He says, I know what's coming. It ain't gonna be words.
Well, he just said he wanted to have a word with me.
You know what he means. And I'll not have it happen in my bar. Take it outside.
Well, following your lead, boss.
Okay, we'll all go outside then.
Okay. So you can. Sorry. You can go.
Tom has malfunctioned.
Yeah, you can move your stuff.
Oh, that's a lot of people. That's a troll. So when you said you didn't have an army, you were lying, right?
Hmm? Are you actually talking to him? Because I'm still sorting things out.
Well, let me know when we can start.
Yeah, no worries. We'll do.
I'm building the Hunter's Grim as we play, and they're kind of annoying to put together, but also, man, are they cool.
Yeah, they really, really are.
Sweet model. The level of detail kind of terrifies me to paint. Like, oh look, another thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Right, so you are talking to, and I'll choose a different thing for him. Who should I use for him? I'm going to use one of the NPCs. Right, I'm going to use Jeb Asherstone's token for him, okay? So quite a crowd has formed for this. Most of the people that were in the pub with you have come outside to watch.
Oh boy. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained?
Are you actually saying that, or are you...
Yeah, I'm going to do an oratory roll.
Okay.
I'm going to try and make the crowd laugh. I am doing oratory.
Yep. Okay, cool. The crowd are kind of like getting a bit into what's going on, and you're kind of bigging up the ensuing confrontation seems to be favourably received.
Adele chimes in at this point with his "oi mate" accent, which is a bastardization of how Murta speaks. And he calls out to the sailor who's been talking to Constantine and says, "Okay, so you guys, you wanna brawl it out, just the two of you? It's between you, right?"
You're such a coward.
The bloke says, I'm going to teach this Cadoran bastard some manners. And tries to win over the crowd unsuccessfully.
At least he tried.
At David, I think it would be a tad unfair if we had two Trollkin smash up some poor sailors. You know, it really ought to be between you guys. Matters of honor and all that.
We'll give the crowd what they want. Can I speak to the crowd again
Yeah, of course you can.
and kind of belittle my
You can
opponent?
do what you want.
Yeah, I'm going to belittle my opponent to the crowd and try and get them on side.
What do you say to them?
Like, this man talks about teaching me some manners. Maybe we should teach him some jokes. He's about as funny as Ritlung.
Oh shit! Oh no, he didn't. Bonus points for using an actual disease from the game.
Tee-hee.
Somebody in the crowd shouts, "You're not going to let him do you like that, are you?" And the bloke that you're having the confrontation with looks around nervously and says, "Yeah, well, you know, sorry, I just got to roll to see how well he does." Oh, okay. He says, "Well, you know, maybe you'd have a better reception if you weren't so frozen up." Well, it doesn't go over well.
Adele calls out again. Just words. Hmm?
I feel like this is like the scene from the end of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. So I'm going to start dancing.
Oh, I was going with more of an 8 Mile vibe.
Yeah, I would definitely get an 8 Mile. Dance
Okay.
fight, bro.
So
Dance off.
if your fighting is anywhere near as good as your words, then I imagine this will be over in a couple of minutes.
He is visibly flustered and annoyed. His face was already quite red and gammony before the conflict. Right now, he is nearly incandescently crimson.
Incandescently crimson. Brilliant. Look.
All he can do now is mutter racist remarks about how you're a northern bastard.
What was I going to say? Oh, I had a good.
How you mercenaries are all the same.
Yes.
He's saying
Remarkably.
you probably don't pay. He goes, you probably don't even pay taxes here. And to that, everyone in the crowd just goes, ooh, because to any one of you that's lived here for more than 5 minutes, you know the people of Five Fingers historically do not want to ever pay taxes and typically don't. So, like, when he's trying to use the fact that you probably don't pay taxes, like, it doesn't go down well.
So my response to that is, well, I imagine, sir, that with your acumen, you probably do pay taxes, and like turn to the crowd.
They go, ooh. Yeah, that works. So you hear somebody shout out like, "Finish him!
Finish him!"
Dun, 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 dun.
So what you gonna do? Act a fool?
Is this the speech from Gladiator then?
If you want. I mean, it's your dudes, man. I can't tell you what you should and shouldn't say.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna play to the crowd a bit more, and say, I don't know. I'm not. It's late. play to the crowd a bit more, belittle him a bit more. Just generally be a bit of an arse.
Yep. Okay, he swings for you at this point.
Okay. Do you want me to roll agility or
If you're trying to avoid his punch, that's roll agility.
roll agility? Right. Okay.
Oh, okay. He, you basically sidestep his blow, and the amount of force that he put behind it causes him to essentially overshoot and fall on his ass past you.
Right.
As is likely for a drunk.
So I'm going to make light of this situation and show everyone how this magnificent warrior and orator has once again struck me down with the force of his skill and ability.
People are basically pissing themselves laughing at this point. Somebody shouts
Are you
out,
not entertained?
Somebody shouts out, "This ain't even fair. He's getting wrecked."
He hasn't even thrown a punch.
So he gets up, dusts himself down a bit, and says, "Stand still. Thought you wanted a fair fight of it."
I thought you just wanted words. Have you got confused between words and fists again?
He swings for you again. So this time, expecting you to dodge. Sorry?
It was exactly the same roll.
Yeah, but expecting you to dodge this time. This time he connects and clocks you in the chest. His hand clangs off the armor of your because you're wearing your fucking Winter Guard armor.
Yeah.
And you hear him cry out in pain as his regular old fist connects with a sheet of metal. So he stood there, holding his hand, crying in pain.
Okay, so my response at this stage is maybe if you'd used your head, that would have been hard enough to cause some damage.
Okay, so at this point, people are really on side and laughing at him. He goes, "Well, fuck this! It's not even fucking worth it," and starts trying to leave.
Adele goes back into the pub and retrieves the vodka bottle and comes out again.
Okay.
Constantine says, thank goodness the Ordic army doesn't have this person in charge. Otherwise, they would retreat rather than bravely defend their borders.
Yeah, people are saying, "Yeah, what a fucking loser."
And
I almost feel bad for the guy.
there was a point there I wanted to draw and fire, but I didn't.
If you were Alan, you'd be rolling you'd be flipping your coin to decide that.
Yes, but Constantine has is in a good mood, and B has a little bit more self-control. He totally doesn't, but he's in a good mood. So.
Fair enough.
Adele calls out to the retreating sailor, "Fancy a drink, mate?"
He from his non-broken hand, he flips you off as he rounds the corner.
I guess that was in lieu of a white flag. Boom.
a couple of the people nearby come over and clap you on the shoulder and say, "Oh, mate, that was savage."
Adele, and I wave him over and say to them, "Why don't you take a swig of this?"
So one of the blokes goes, "Really, mister?
Yeah, why not?
Well, just didn't know you'd want to, break drinks with us. Being that you're so, cool and all that."
I'm not cool. I'm merely a man of the people, and yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah, so he
Adele passes the bottle around.
people pour into various cups that they have, because I don't know if you guys know, but a lot of people have a cup on their belt,
Yeah, makes
especially
sense.
in the poorer areas, because you don't trust that the pub would have cups
Yeah.
that would be cleanly, so you'd keep
Yeah.
your own cup on your belt. Interestingly, if you look at the press ganger models, a lot of them have a cup on their belt.
Yeah.
Goes back to the old Navy sailing ship series when everybody would have their own cup. Anyway, so yeah, people are drinking and making merry and generally being quite happy.
Okay, is there any sign amidst any of this of the Kip Street Blades?
Have a look. Not that you can see, no.
Okay.
I've also been keeping an eye
Oh.
out, so
Yeah,
go
you
ahead
make a
and
roll as
also-
well then.
Nope. Probably not.
Well, actually, you get a bonus because you've actually just been doing that. You haven't been doing anything else.
Sweet.
So, you've noticed that the guy that was sat with that guy is still hanging about.
Okay.
And he's looking
I'll
very maliciously at Constantine. And Constantine hasn't noticed him. He's
I'll point
walking
it
through.
out.
He's walking through the crowd. Currently, getting closer and closer to Constantine from behind.
I will move to intercede, and I'll give a look to
Agility roll to get there.
Balazar.
Agility roll to get there in time.
Okay. I'll boost it. I still don't roll great.
So just as this guy gets within a couple of feet of Constantine, Jostin bodily pushes through the throngs of people that are congratulating Constantine on his oral victory, and you grab this guy by the wrist as he attempts to plunge a dagger into Constantine's back.
Well, well, well. What do we got here?
Let me go! Let me go!
Well, why would I do that? You just tried to stab my friend. I don't take kindly, as I sort of twist his arm the wrong way, to folks trying to hurt my friend.
Ow! 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 Let me go!
You one of those kippers?
You what?
Kip Street Blades.
Kip Street Blades?
Yeah, gang. Used to be a lot more of them. Then they met me.
Kip Street Blades are gone, mate.
Are they now?
Yep.
What would I roll to see if I believe them?
So detection or detection's fine.
Detection. Oh,
Uh,
does he smell like lies?
no. He seems quite desperate. You know, what
Why?
of you potentially breaking his arm off? He says,
Can Adele see any of this?
I don't know, where is Adele?
He's standing next to Constantine.
So yes, because this is quite a loud altercation, all of you would be aware of this at this point.
Who runs the? Sorry, Adele, you go ahead.
Oh no, I think Tom was speaking. I didn't mean to interrupt. There was just
it's
a
fine.
delay.
No, go for it.
So Adele says, in his murder voice, "Oh, maybe you should throw him in the harbour."
That what you want me to do with him, boss?
Let's ask some questions first. Who do you work for?
Me, I just work on the docks.
So why are you trying to ram a shiv into my back?
Because you were because you were mean to my friend.
And that is enough to murder someone, is it?
Nah, just
To be fair, I'm sure we've killed people for less.
Yeah, when they had weapons in their hands.
Or Ogren bodyguards.
I mean, yeah, like you tried to kill somebody for being rude. Anywho, he says, "Yeah, I guess. Didn't really think about it."
So why shouldn't we throw you in the harbour?
You wanted to know about the Kip Street Blades, right? That must mean you don't like them. I could tell you what happened to them if you let me go.
We're
Well,
not going
that
to let
would
you
be
go
lovely.
before.
What did you say, David?
I said we're not going to let you go before you give us the information. Do you
Well,
think you can outrun a bullet?
he gulps in a cartoon-like style. You get a
Go on then. Tell us what you know.
Well, you see, a while back, a few weeks ago, Kip Streets made a big score. You see, they raided some place, one of the islands further north. I don't know which. They came back with loads of stuff, tributes for Wernick, and plenty enough for them to keep stuff for themselves too. Made out like bandits, I heard. But then that very same group came up, retribution upon them, drew too much heat. Wernick was pissed. He ordered the rest of them. He ordered the gang disbanded and the leaders of it strung up. And then he, because he's still got his wrist grabbed, he kind of like nods his chin in the direction of the edge of the over here.
Right.
And you notice in a swinging in one of those swinging cage things, a giblet, I think they're called.
Yeah, give it.
A person.
So who runs this area for Wernick now?
Nobody in particular. Wernick's various gangs have kind of taken a bit of a slice each in the absence of the blades.
You seem to know quite a lot about this. Do you know Wernick?
Well, everybody knows Wernick.
Yeah, but do you know him?
No. No, I'm not important enough to know him.
And what is your name?
Emery.
Emery board.
Very funny. You've certainly got away with words, I'll give you that.
I'll turn to Adele and say, "What do you reckon, old chap? Shall we let him go now, or shall we let him go perhaps a little damper than he came?"
I don't know if Colin's here. Oh, Colin's messaged Discord's dead. So
Rip.
Right.
F's in the chat.
There we go.
Ah!
Right. Okay. So when Adele remains stony silent, I turn to Justin and say, "Do you want to let him go, or do you want to throw him in the?"
Well, you gave us some good information. If he promises to not be rude and try to stab people in the back anymore, I could be convinced to let him go unscathed.
Okay. I'm going to draw the headcanon at this point, and I'm going to go. You've got 20 seconds to get out of my sight. 1,
he fucking
2,
runs. He fucking
3,
runs.
4, and then like after about 6 or 7, he's just disappeared.
Yep.
And I'm going to restow the gun and carry on kind of handing little bits of vodka out to the crowd.
You feel a strong desire to stroke the handle of your gun.
Can I do a willpower check to avoid that?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, you shouldn't stroke your pistol in public.
Yeah, you want to, but you don't.
Okay. So everyone thinks I'm normal and don't have a unhealthy attachment to my gun.
Yep.
Adele is going to go over to the corpses of their enemies, and he's just going to look up at them and just watch.
I'm gonna say what corpses?
The ones in the gibbet.
There's
yeah,
no corpses in the
one.
gibbet.
Are they still alive?
There's a alive person in a gibbet.
Okay. Well, Adele is going to go and stare at him. Or her.
Ooh. Hashtag feminism. Yeah.
Well,
they
Discord cut out for me, so
no, it's
I
fine.
missed.
I didn't describe the person in the gibbet. So yeah, you're staring at a person in a gibbet who is not really paying attention.
Adele uses his sword cane to rap on the side of the gibbet.
You can't. It's hanging over the wall.
Oh, I see. Then he's going to bang on the post attached to the gibbet.
The person inside kind of wearily sits up and well, not sits up because they can't not sit. They're basically kind of confined to the space that they're in. They look at you anyway weakly. Their emaciated face and sunken eyes regard you.
Can Adele make out any distinguishing features about this person?
They look to be late 30s ish. They look like they used to be quite strong looking, but have spent the last while in there. They look very emaciated and somewhat sunburnt as well because of exposure. Well, no, they're not sunburnt. It's spring. It's spring still. Ignore me. It's spring. It's not that sunny. Anywho, what are you doing? Because I can't do things for you.
Oh, I'm just waiting to see if anyone else wants to react first. I don't want to monopolize things.
No, no, we're quite happy watching you getting on with your thing.
Adele calls over and says, "What's your name?"
A raspy voice just says, "Water."
So your
Adele,
name was Walter.
Adele clicks his tongue and goes, "No, no. You answer my question first.
Water.
Name."
Their head sinks down and they look defeated.
I'll toss a water skin up to him because I'm compassionate.
Hashtag lawful good. So they attempt to catch it and are too weak, and it falls in the river.
Well, you can't say I didn't try.
Well, they rolled shit. Is all I'm going to tell you.
I don't think it's I don't think it's low enough that I could have just handed it to him.
It's not, no.
You know, it's very tempting to try and grapple the water skin, but I won't.
What, the water skin that's in the water?
Yep, that's the one.
I mean, you'd have to go swimming for it.
With a grapple?
Oh, okay? Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to try and hit something that's like a couple of inches, like,
Yeah, this is the terrible idea. Can I use my grappling hook to get to the... How can I describe this? I'm assuming that the gibbet has some kind of like a gallows with the top piece connecting the cage to the mast.
Yep.
Can I use the grapple to get to the top piece and bring myself up to eye level with the guy in the cage or the girl in the cage?
right, so basically it's like a it's being hung from what would be like an unloading crane.
Okay.
So it's an upright with a boom coming off of it and then a rope hanging down with a cage. So no, the best you could do is be on the outside of the cage.
Is there any way of operating the boom
Yeah,
at
yeah.
all?
The controls for the crane. I mean, they're currently tied up. So like whatever winches would normally operate this are, you know, made inoperative currently.
Adele calls over to Balasar and says, "Can you give me a hand, please?"
He says, "Yeah, what are we doing?"
And when he gets closer, I'm assuming that Constantine is still keeping the crowd entertained.
Yeah, sure, I can do that. That's fine.
I mean, they
Adele
might have all
says,
went back inside to drink. Like,
"Yeah, that's also true." Adele says to Balazar, "I'd like to bring our enemy to eye level. Do you think that we could manage that?"
Yeah, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. I mean, I used to work on docks like these, so he goes over to the controls and a couple of people nearby say, "You probably shouldn't let them free if that's what's on your mind, lest you want the wrath of Warrenock's lot upon you."
Adele smiles and says, "Oh no, I just want to have words."
Well, just
Makes
be
me
careful
happy.
because once you've been up in one of them and felt the the wind on your face for days and not to drink but your own piss, yeah, you'll do anything to get out. Keep your distance is what I'm saying. And then the man just kind of shuffles off to a bit of a distance just to watch.
If you think being hungover is bad, think of drinking your own piss for days.
So is Balazar able to bring the guy down to
Yep, totally.
Adele's?
Yep.
Okay, so Adele is going to be keeping about 5 foot between him and the man or woman,
It's a man.
okay,
Good social
between the man.
distancing, dude. I like it.
Yeah. Adele also has a hood, but no mask. Fail. And he says, "So you're a Kip Street Blade."
He looks at you in a dejected way and just says, "Water."
Adele holds up his water skin and just shakes it and says, "Answers first."
The individual's head sinks back down and they seem defeated.
I'm going to roll a negotiation check. Why
I'm going to
not?
need RP as well.
Okay. You tell me what I want to know, and I will let you have water.
Promise. Promise me.
Yes, you have my word as a gentleman.
Ask. It seems painful for them to talk.
Maybe if you wet their whistle, they'd be able to actually speak to you.
Were you the one responsible for the raid upon our base?
No.
Then who are you? Are you a Kip Street Blade?
I was.
What is your rank?
Just an enforcer.
Does this guy look like the guy we turned in for the bounty?
No, not at all.
Okay. Then who was responsible for leading the assault against the Grey Lanterns?
He's dead.
And who planned it?
He did. Saber.
Adele. Sorry, go on.
Saber planned it. Werner killed him.
Adele uses his sword cane to hoist the end of his water skin up and then pass it to the man in the gibbet.
He takes it and drinks greedily from it. Water gushing down the sides of his face as he quenches his thirst. He looks at you with desperate eyes and says, "Thank you."
Adele says, "Had you been the one responsible for the deaths of our fallen?" And he simply trails off.
He kind of does a weak nod.
And then Adele kind of gestures to Constantine. And waits to see if Constantine is going to wander over.
Constantine wanders over. the crowd seems to be thinning a bit, I guess.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, nothing entertaining's happening except a few people that have seen what's going on over here are still sticking around to see what happens because, you know,
Yeah.
prisoner being interrogated. It's at least entertainment.
So, what does your god say about mercy? Adele asks in Laelese.
You're out of character. You're asking a question I don't know the answer to. I imagine that Menoth would be okay with mercy as long as the person in question was a Menite, given that they were going to go to the
They'd also have to be.
City of Man.
Is the right word contrite?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
They would have to be contrite. Like somebody that's not like apologetic for their crimes, and you know, it would just be like, nah, fuck you, you can die. Because like what it reminds me of is like, do you remember the story of like Harbinger going across Lael, and she's trying to save everybody because like Cricks are rampaging and like slaughtering villages, and she's like, we have to let the refugees and the helpless people come with us, and some of the main protectorate lot are like, a lot of them are Morrowians, you know, they should just be left to die, and she's like, nope, gotta save them.
Yeah,
But,
sounds about right.
Yeah. Anywho, I mean, it's entirely up to Constantine's interpretation at this point.
Yeah.
Well,
That's really what Adele is
yeah,
asking.
I mean, Constantine's quite a benevolent person in terms of faith, and he believes that in the ability of people to get redemption. So if the person is contrite, then give him mercy. That would be his answer.
So Adele continues in Laelese and says, this man claims that he had nothing to do with the assault on our base or for our fallen. Yet he is in here because of us. We have a choice here. Do we court the wrath of this captain, this high captain, or do we leave the man here to die?
We can't leave a man to die. Not like this.
Murder pipes up for the first time in a while. We don't need to deal with a high captain. Leave him to die. His crimes would have him die for many other things anyway. Why should we save him?
Constantine Murtar, and he's got a pained expression on his face, and he nods and he says, I feel on this occasion we could save him, but we'd probably cause more damage in the long run.
And then Adele pulls out his small knife, and he's holding it by the blade very loosely, as if to offer it to the prisoner, and simply raises an eyebrow at both Constantine and Murta.
The High Captain wants him to suffer. You prevent that suffering. You're turning around and interfering with his business. Leave it. Let the guy die, and let him die the High Captain's way.
The bloke at this point says, No. I can be helpful. I can be useful. I can take you to places. I can, you know, I can get you money. I can help you?
Murta draws his rifle and aims it at his kneecap. Shut it.
Intimidation roll.
Yep. I won't boost it because I think the guy's probably enough into his life that even with the rifle, and Roll20 threw me out.
Oh.
Of course it did. Give me a second to load in.
I mean, from what you were saying about him,
Roll20.
put it this way: his willpower is not particularly great at the minute. A normal five-finger street thug would not have caved to Adele that easily.
Intimidation.
Yes, please.
That should have rolled.
Yeah, good. So you got an 11, and he immediately shuts up and looks very forlorn.
What about as an emissary? Do you think that we could negotiate a peace with this High Captain? And Adele is no longer speaking Laolese.
Balasar says, "What? On behalf of this guy?"
No. After all, it was the High Captain's gang that attacked us. We could...
And that's what the boy's being punished for. So
Yeah, I mean, he got strung up for drawing too much attention. He didn't get strung up for attacking us.
Very well, I suppose our hands are tied then.
Not as tightly as his are.
Heyo!
Can I do a detection roll just to see if someone who is not a part of the crowd or someone who looks a little bit different is paying particular attention to this exchange?
Sure. Yep, quite a few people.
No, but I mean someone who looks out of place, someone who looks like they might be a...
Oh, no one looks out of place.
Okay, so everyone who's watching this is just normal run-of-the-mill.
That's what they look like, yep.
Five fingers brigand. Okay.
But quite a few people are watching.
Okay.
You could offer him last rites, Captain.
No, I mean, like, Murta just said, like, you don't want to... Oh, what, you mean just speak to him? Not actually...
Yes.
do you mean kill him, or, like, just...
No, I mean literally pray over him for when he dies.
Oh, right.
Doesn't really work till he's dead.
Well, I might say a quick prayer of passage, like...
You totally can, if you want to.
Get to where you need to go in the...
Hope you go quick.
Quickly.
He actually prays with you.
Oh, that makes it more difficult.
No, it makes him a Menite who deliberately broke the law constantly.
Yes.
Good point.
Hey, listen.
It makes him a terrible, terrible, terrible Menite.
Maybe he was a lapsed Menite, okay?
Oh, delicious.
Culturally, he's a Menite, but he's not really into the religion.
It would be like Murta being a Menite.
That'd be pretty funny. And Constantine's just like, give it time, you will be. He'll put on a mask and start burning things.
Starting with people and children.
Yes, I can see Flame Guard Cleanser being a good third career. That's up.
That'd be pretty great.
I'm going to go with big oofs.
Big oops, indeed.
So he looks at you with appreciation and says, "I wish I hadn't drank that water now."
That's fair.
Just regret the decisions you didn't make, not the ones that you did.
He nods solemnly.
Okay. Wagons roll.
All right.
Adele says to the man, for whatever your part was against us, you have my forgiveness for what it's worth. I hope that you find some semblance of peace. And I'm sorry I could not do more for you.
His eyes light up as you come closer to him to say this, and he says, "You should know something before you go. I lied. I wasn't just some enforcer. The Kip Street blades were mine. Why do you think I alone are hung up here? I planned it. I ordered my men to do it. And I took your things. And I killed your people."
I feel like he might be goading you. Do you take the
Adele
bait?
simply smiles and then says, in that case, I rescind my forgiveness, and I wish you a long, drawn-out time to reflect. Say hello to Manoff for me.
Some of them were sleeping in their beds. I didn't even let them get up. I just killed them where they slept.
And Adele gestures to Balthazar to hoist the chap back up.
He nods and starts hoisting it. And as he is, the bloke's screaming with torn vocal cords. Most of them didn't even fight back. They just begged for their pitiful fucking lives. I slaughtered them like animals because to me they were animals. They didn't
Okay,
even try and put up a fight.
As he starts screaming, Murta's gonna get some like oil from out of his backpack and some flints and go, 1 minute, and goes back and goes, wait, don't have it go up too fast. Don't have it go up too fast. And then starts to smear oil over the bottom of the cage.
By the way, yeah, okay, so they've swung it out over onto the rock then, because it was hanging over the water.
All right, Murta will try and find a way of getting close enough to smear. Well, he'll just kind of like casually toss.
I mean, like Balasar could easily winch it over the land. It's a crane, so
yeah. He brings it back, smear oil around the bottom, all over a bunch of the rungs, and go. That's about right. The idea is not to kill him, just to make the metal real fucking hot. Spark the light off, watch it start to light, and just go, enjoy, mate, and walks off.
okay. So as the bars of the bottom of the cage are burning, are you watching or are you just walking off?
Just walking off.
Okay.
Just waiting for the screams.
You can hear the screams, but any of you watching see the man stooping as low as he can into the cage, forcing his head down into the flames, and you see him look to be taking one huge, deep breath.
Adele looks utterly disgusted and gestures to Balasar to lower the cage into the river enough to put the flames out.
He does so, and when he raises the cage back up, the body is slumped in a heap at the bottom of the cage.
Constantine's going to turn to Murtaugh, put a hand on his shoulder, and say, We'll make a menite out of you yet.
Ah!
It's probably going to come back to bite us in the arse, but
We'll see.
it's kind of a, hey, I was helping you torture him, mate. He's the one who worked out how to kill himself. Shouldn't put smart prisoners in a gibbet. They'll work out a way to get round it.
Yeah, I mean, he literally asphyxiated himself to avoid dying slowly.
Adele turns to Constantine and says, "Do you think there's time to revive him?"
Do a medicine roll.
I mean, you can do a medicine roll. You totally can.
That's funny.
What does that take? Did that
Ugh.
take that top here?
A
Feat
10.
point. Feat points can re-roll as well.
Yeah, why not? Let's do a feat point reroll,
Oh man.
and then I'm going to boost
Goofy
the reroll.
bastards.
Can I
You
boost the
can't,
reroll?
but you can't boost a reroll.
Okay, I'll just okay. There we go.
Shit.
That better? Bit better.
Okay, 1 second. So you check over his body and you find that there is no pulse. The weakened state that he was in, combined with the heat trauma, the asphyxiation, and then the mild drowning, all culminated in his death.
Mild drowning.
Damn it! If we had a defibrillator here, we could revive him.
I mean, you totally dunked him in the river to get
That's fair.
to turn the fire off.
I didn't do shit.
Noted.
Do I
I
get
was like,
a
why are you
soul
people
token?
torturing? It's bad enough that they're torturing this man.
Yes,
Why do we have to add?
Yes, you now have 2 soul tokens.
Well, that's something.
Quickly, shove the soul back in. Shove the soul back in.
Can I do that?
No, it doesn't
No,
work like that.
no, of course you can't.
Dude, if
Yeah,
you could
but I
do
could
that,
extinguish it.
no, I'm just gonna.
That's not how
I'm just,
magic
I just,
works.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I feel obliged to let you know, if you could do that, you would be the most broken, overpowered class in the game because you'd essentially make your compatriots immortal.
No, I really wouldn't.
Actually, no, you wouldn't. 'Cause
I might
you'd be
make
putting,
a.
No, you'd be putting their soul into a
A
broken,
corpse.
broken vessel,
Yeah.
and they'd just die straight away again.
Yeah, but they get to do it over and over again.
Yeah, I'd do that to our enemies, not to our.
Oh god,
companions.
no, you can't do it.
That's
But if I recall correctly, as long as I use up the soul energy, he can't travel on to the afterlife.
Yep.
Hmm. Dell's gonna
Investigate.
poke at the soul.
big oof.
Okay, you poke at the soul. I mean, if you're trying to just spend the soul, you can just say, "I spend the soul." You don't need to actually tell me what for. It doesn't matter, because you could just say, "I'm going to investigate this and boost the roll using the soul." So if you want to use the soul, it's just used.
I think he's poking it to see if it says anything.
It does not.
No, I just want to keep it captive and make it suffer.
Regular. You feel no emotion from it at all.
Well, first you need to learn how to make a soul cage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Trying.
And then all the neighbors will be like, hey, what's with the weird glowing cage in your backyard? And we'll be like, oh, that's nothing.
It's just the latest bling.
Just to let you know,
I
Colin,
brought it back from Lyle.
just to let you know, Colin, you feel nothing from this soul that you don't feel from regular ones when you get them from people that have died.
No, he
right.
possesses you.
Well, Adele is going to be merciful this one time, and is going to allow the soul to go on and be judged.
Okay, cool.
Merciful. Meh.
Well,
Judgment by Menoff on a soul he doesn't like.
exactly. Anything that Adele does is going to be nothing compared to the wrath of an angry god.
Hmm.
So Adele sends it off with a kiss goodbye.
Okay. Jade says, "You're weird."
I thought Jade wasn't saying anything else this campaign.
I
Change
thought
your mind.
I thought I was the GM.
Anyway,
Reality can be whatever I want it to be. Yeah, so with that, we are going to end this episode here. I'm just going to see if there's anyone hobby-wise that's on that we can raid into. So I think...
I should set stuff up sometime to do that, but I'm lazy.
Oh, it's really easy. You just type /raid.
Well, I'm
and
more
then-
thinking
and
of
then-
setting up my webcam so that I can hobby on the camera.
Oh, right,
But
right.
I'm lazy.
Okay.
Stop
Well-
falling off.
/raid.
Why are these champions metal? Why aren't they the nice plastic
We're
ones?
going to raid into Rhino. So anyone that's been watching, thanks very much for having us, hanging out with us. I hope you got some hobby stuff done. I finished painting the spider. Catch you all next time. Bye.
Bye.
toodaloo.
Hi, y'all. We are done now, guys.
Sweet.
Sorry, I went quiet for a very long time. I just got
So-
hit by a wave of like